And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to sunny Allendale, Michigan, where today Grand Valley State plays host to Saginaw Valley in women's softball action from the Great Lakes Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Grand Valley trying to keep it going here after a fine start to this season. The Lakers, under first-year coach Dana Callahan, will trot Sarah Andrzejczyk, their veteran right-hander, to the mound here against Sarah Appold in Game 1 against their great rivals from Saginaw Valley. I'm Tom Cleary, your host for the action here today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. There you see Saginaw Valley wearing their familiar red and white uniforms. Grand Valley's in black and white today with numbers that might be a touch hard to read in this new look that we see from the Lakers, the new duds that they've featured here today. Kind of an old school look there, and we're just going to be able to identify people by position and by face, as those numbers are pretty hard to get a grip on. But we do know number 15 is on the mound today. That's Sarah Andrzejczyk, and it's a little unusual with the sunny skies today to see Sarah wearing headgear to start this game. She's got the visor on, which will help her at this time of the day keep the sun out of her face and out of her eyes and allow her to concentrate solely on the strike zone. Grand Valley will begin with a lineup today that includes an outfield of Kelsey Dominguez, Janae Langs, and Kaylee Reinhardt from left to right in the outfield. The third baseman is Mackenzie Supernaw. Tegan Showman, the freshman, at short. Jenna Lenza, who's had a great season with the bat, playing second base today. Heather Sperlazzo is at first. Marianne Deppy is behind the plate for Grand Valley in Game 1. And the Lakers will employ a designated player who will not be in the field here in Game 1. It's Ellie Balbach, the pitcher slash DH, or DP, if you will, who will be in the batting order here today. So Saginaw Valley under Todd Buckingham, his second season. And it will be Shelby Weeks to lead off for her side, the shortstop here in Game 1 for Saginaw Valley. Against the third-year player for Grand Valley, Sarah Andrzejczyk, really had a great season 2 years ago. Tapered off just a touch last year, but has pitched pretty well this season, and she fires high from the circle for the first ball of our ball game. 2 games today here from Allendale, Grand Valley and Saginaw Valley in the Great Lakes Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. Andrzejczyk with a breaking ball that sails wide for ball 2. Mackenzie Rouse, the center fielder, is on deck, and she'll be followed by the first base person. The player in the 3-hole today is Evie Lobdell, the first 3 scheduled here for Saginaw Valley. 2-1 now the count on the leadoff hitter, Shelby Weeks. Originally on our schedule, we were going to show you the Grand Valley Northwood men's baseball doubleheader. Good changeup there from Andrzejczyk. What happened was, with the inclement spring weather taking a toll on the field over in Midland, Northwood asked Grand Valley to flip-flop games. So last week, the games that were supposed to be in Northwood were played here in Allendale, a doubleheader, which was split between those two teams. And they are playing baseball today in Midland. So this is our fill-in to take that slot on our broadcast schedule. That is just inside from Andrzejczyk, and it's ball 4 to Shelby Weeks. So Andrzejczyk thought she made a pretty good 2-strike pitch there with the count full, but instead it's a walk. Victor Sina behind the plate for Game 1. Raymond Benaway is on the bases. Here's Melanie Rouse. Grand Valley looking bunt here in this situation. They get it. It's right back to Andrzejczyk. She goes to second. Nice play. And they get the out at second. No hesitation whatsoever by Andrzejczyk, which tells you she was prepared and had her mind made up in advance. She knew if she didn't have to go too far to get that one, she was going to trust her arm and go down to second base. So Rouse is on, fielder's choice. Pitcher to shortstop. Weeks is out at second. And the attempt to move the runner up with the bunt fails here for Saginaw Valley in their first attempt. This pitch is on the outside corner from Sarah Andrzejczyk. Evie Lobdell hitting from the left side. Marcy Medina on deck for the Cardinals. Grand Valley 12-3 in the GLIAC, 26-8 overall. Runner not going. That pitch sails outside for a 2-1 count. Saginaw Valley 6-4 in the GLIAC and just keeping its head above water, 16-15 overall this year. This is on the ground, past the third baseman, Supernaw, the first base hit of the contest. An opposite field single for Evie Lobdell. So Saginaw Valley in business here, not helped by the fact that they didn't get the bunt down successfully. But 2 on and 1 out now for the cleanup hitter, and it's Marcy Medina who comes to the plate, the senior infielder from Valparaiso, Indiana, with a chance to put her team on top here. Andrasic wants to get one on the ground here, maybe have an opportunity for a double play or to get that lead runner at third base. That was a changeup. It sailed way high. Any more on that pitch, and Deppie wouldn't have been able to get there in time, but it just kind of floated in. That is a better one from Andrasic, but low in the zone for ball 2. Outfield pretty much straight away here. And Andrasic with some uncharacteristic control issues in the early going. Walked the batter, now behind 3-0. I would guess we won't see a swing here. And that's an inside corner fastball from Andrasic. That's the pitch that she would like to be able to use on right-handers. That ball that kind of sails in on righties. That one just caught an edge of the plate. 3-1. Don't expect anything fancy here. And this is a shot to left field. Might score a run. It will, as the ball was bobbled ever so slightly in left field. It's a base hit for Medina, and Saginaw Valley breaks out on top. The first 4 have reached here against Sarah Andrasic. Only a sacrifice, which turned into a force out, has kept this from already becoming a big inning for the visitors. 3-1 pitch, and Andrasic has to come right in with it. Got that a little bit too much over the plate, and have a little conference at the mound early on here between pitcher, catcher, and coach. Amanda Best will bat next with 2 on, 1 in, runners at first and second. The ball in left field took a little bit of a bobble for Kelsey Dominguez. I don't know that she would have had a chance to get Rouse at the plate anyway. The ball was hit pretty well and deep enough. But Grand Valley played fundamental baseball. Got the ball back into third, so instead of first and third, or maybe second and third, it's first and second with 1 out. That's a swing and a miss on a good breaking ball. Off-speed delivery, really, from Sarah Andrasic. This is Amanda Best, catcher in today's ball game. Andrasic bounced it up there. A little surprised that she's gone this heavy on off-speed deliveries early on, but let's see if she can get herself out of this jam here. Andrasic with the pitch that sails inside. And the count goes to 2-1. There's Sarah Andrasic in the circle today. And again, missing inside. So Grand Valley now, which has had such a great start to the GLIAC year, 12 wins in 15 games, really in danger of being behind big early unless Andrasic can throw some strikes. This is in the air down the third baseline. It's going to go toward the Grand Valley bullpen, safely foul, and the count goes full now at 3-2. A little surprised to see Heather Sperlazzo playing in so close at first, 3-2. You're not going to see any kind of a bunt here. Let's see what happens. This is in the air to left field and deep. Tracking back, and that is gone. A 3-run homer for Amanda Best to give Saginaw Valley a surprising early 4-0 lead. That one got up in the breeze, and it's a little bit of a helping wind today right now, coming out of the east. And just like that, the visitors put 4 up against Grand Valley's veteran pitcher, Sarah Andrasic here. And pretty much a no-doubter out over the scoreboard there. We see Dominguez going back, and she never got close to that one. And Grand Valley falls behind 4-0 in the top of the first. Every batter so far has gotten on base. The only out coming on a fielder's choice, which is about the only good thing that's happened for Grand Valley here in the first inning. This is on the ground to second. Lenz is going to have no problem here. To Sperlazzo for out number 2. So Jessica Wood First pitch swinging goes out second to first. And that'll leave it to Chelsea Adcock. Senior from Pinconning. Looking in against Sarah Andrazik. That's a good pitch right there. Maybe the best that she's thrown so far. A little bit of a wrinkle on that one, and it's in at the knees for strike one. That's a great floater in there from Sarah Andrazik. Changeup. Get that hitter on the front foot. The hands are moving forward. There's really not much they can do. Adcock frozen by that pitch. 1-2, and she goes through it for a swinging strike three. The ball hits the ground, which necessitates the throw to first. Deppy takes care of that, and Saginaw Valley is out in the top half of the first, but not without doing some damage. 4 runs on 3 hits. Grand Valley coming to bat in the bottom of the first here today in Allendale.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems, that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
Not the start Laker fans were hoping for, but some of the folks that are here supporting Saginaw Valley today got a charge out of that top half of the first inning. 4 runs in the frame, a couple of singles, and then the big blast that came off the bat of Amanda Best, the catcher, who knocked one over the wall in left field for a 3-run homer and a 4-0 lead. So Grand Valley tries to climb back in here. It'll be Showman, Dominguez, and Lenza, the first 3 scheduled. Here's the very impressive shortstop taking over this year from Brianna Taylor. It looks like the catcher down there is pulling something out of her pads. She had some notes written down. That's something you see in football, but baseball doesn't really allow for that kind of thing between plays, to be checking the plays on your wrist. But here we go. It's outside from Sarah Appold. Junior from Bay City against the freshman Tegan Showman. Going to be an outstanding player for Grand Valley during the course of her career. Swings through that one, might have been a foul tip. 1-1 the count. Grand Valley down 4 in the first inning as Dana Callahan looks on. Off-speed delivery. I think Appold a little bit unhappy with herself there, and I think that Todd Buckingham's thinking we would like to challenge a little bit more here with a 4-run lead at the start. Make Grand Valley put the ball in play and beat us with the bat. That is outside again. The count goes to 3-1, and the catcher trots out. Well, Best has got some cachet right now with her pitcher after that 3-run first inning homer. Might make the message a little bit easier to listen to. And that is ball 4, and doesn't matter if you're playing baseball or softball, that's the kind of thing that will turn your hair gray if you're a coach or a manager. A leadoff walk with a 4-run lead. And Saginaw Valley did not make Tegan Showman work very hard there. Here's Kelsey Dominguez. That's better from Apple that time. Tegan Showman can run. Probably not a threat to be running in this situation here. Down 4. Grand Valley's not going to take chances on the bases. That ball is up high. Showman almost got caught leaning a little bit there in that bunt situation. Interesting strategy from Dana Callahan. Down 4, thinking her team can score some runs and maybe go one at a time here, not waiting for a big blow. 1-1 the count. Let's see if we get Dominguez bunting. She offered, pulled the bat back. It's 2-1. Saginaw Valley thinks the bunt is still on here. I'm not so sure. Dominguez. She checked in time. It's 3-1. Oh, the umpire kicked it, and what a bad break that is. Showman goes down to second base. Well, there's your bunt. And it was done by the umpire. The ball got away from the catcher. The umpire was trying to get out of the way and kick the ball, and he's saying, hey, that's just the rub of the green. That's the way it goes sometimes. Wasn't intentional. 3-1 the count. I don't know that Dominguez will be offering here. Let's see if she tries to walk her way on. She does just that. And it's the worst case scenario really for Saginaw Valley, giving up 2 walks in a 4-run game in the first inning. Not what the doctor ordered. So Sarah Apple's going to get a visit on the mound, and I think it's going to be a pretty simple message. Throw strikes, but you don't want to throw too many strikes to this hitter. Jenna Lenza has got home run power for Grand Valley. She's already had a multi-home run game this year, and she's pretty much had an outstanding season, batting .377, has missed just 1 game, has started all 33 in which she has played, and is the team leader with both 5 home runs and 29 runs batted in. Tied for first in slugging percentage with Mackenzie Supernaw, another player who has been showing some home run power of late. So here's Jenna after 2 walks to start the game for Grand Valley. And this is not a player that you'd expect to be bunting here. Dana Callahan still flashing the signs to Showman and to Dominguez, both on with nobody out here. Grand Valley gave up 4 in the top of the first. Well, that was an interesting deal there. Jenna Lenza offered and then took it. It was a breaking pitch that just caught a bit of the outside corner for strike 1. I sometimes think that really good hitters let those go by intentionally so they get the bunt sign off. Lenza rips one fair down the third base line. This will score at least 1, maybe 2. Now they're going to hold the runner at third. And a bullet off the bat of Lenza goes for a 2-base knock. And Grand Valley starting just the way Saginaw Valley did. First 3 reaching for the Lakers. A run in, 2 in scoring position after this bullet that almost knocked the glove off the third baseman, Amanda Kynes, down there. She was in a little bit because Lenza had just offered to bunt. So here is Mackenzie Supernaw, can make this a 1-run ball game. That ball is outside, that pitch outside, I should say. Mackenzie Supernaw had a 5-hit, 2-home-run game recently. That's a good pitch there. Good hard one on the outside corner from Sarah Apple. The count goes to 1-1. Look at Mackenzie out there. That almost looks like the female version of Troy Polamalu with that long curly braid extending from the helmet. Oh, she went through the off-speed pitch. Good pitch from Apple. Caught Mackenzie Supernaw out in front.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2 the count. On the ground, on the infield, this will get a run in for Grand Valley. Out at first with an RBI is Mackenzie Supernaw, who goes out second to first. Medina to Lobdell, but coming in to score is Dominguez, who went on contact, got in easily. Grand Valley has cut the margin in half, and Jenna Lenza is now at third with one out. So great opportunity. Good bit of hitting by Supernaw. Gave herself up, and here's a base knock up the middle by Ellie Ballbach. And just like that, Grand Valley has the tying run at first base with still just one gone. An RBI single by Ballbach. Driving home Lenza. And bringing Kaylee Reinard to the plate. Appold was given a 4-run lead to start this ball game, but she was her own worst enemy when she walked the first 2 hitters of this inning, and then has since given up a couple of hits. That ball almost got Reinard on the arm. It's inside for ball 1. Well, you wouldn't expect to see a home run in this situation necessarily from Reinhardt, but Grand Valley could turn it around with one swing of the bat. Good fastball swung through by Reinhardt, 1-1. Interesting to see the scoreboard. The inning score and the game score the same right now. This ball is bunted at and foul tipped into the glove of the catcher. 1-2 the count. Reinhardt never really gave herself fully to that one. Didn't really commit to the bunt. This is a little flutter ball. It's going to be handled by the first baseman for out number 2. Nice play by Evie Lobdell over there for Saginaw Valley.
First baseman, number 25, Heather Spalazzo.
So here's Heather Spalazzo, the Grand Valley first baseman, trying to keep this rally going. Lakers have struck back for 3 after giving up 4. Here's a base hit into left field. So Spalazzo hit that one a little bit on the end of the bat, but perfectly placed. Just past the third baseman and just under the glove of the shortstop, Shelby Weeks. We'll see it again. A little bit of an off-speed pitch, and she got it on the end of the bat, had a good swing at it. And Weeks made the dive, but was not able to come up with it. So now for Grand Valley, Marianne Deppy, the catcher, hits next. That one is inside. Lakers on the verge of batting around here. 3 in. Two on, 2 out for the Lakers here. In the bottom of the first, trailing by the score of 4-3. This is on the ground, is short. Good play, and well, the shortstop had about 3 different options there. Tag the runner who was retreating towards second. That was a mistake, and that ends the inning. This one again, with nobody out, might have been a triple play. The runner on second has to go there. And there you see the play made by Weeks. We go to the second. It's Saginaw Valley 4, Grand Valley 3.
I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I would like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's gonna be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
All right, a wild first inning here in Allendale. Saginaw Valley had 3 hits and 4 runs. Grand Valley had 3 runs and 4 hits in that first inning, and we'll see if these pitchers can settle in. The 2 Sarahs, Appold for Saginaw Valley and Andrazik for the Lakers. Having to fight through some rough times to start this one today. Grand Valley actually sent more players to the plate in the first inning as Amanda Kimes steps in. third baseman in the game. This ball is hit. Foul into the bullpen area. That was a funny sound of that bat. Almost sounded like a broken bat, which would be highly unusual since they're not using wood. Andrzejczyk comes right back and fires high with the off-speed delivery. That's a pitch you can get hurt with. If you leave that floater up in the zone, the hitter's not fooled. 1-2. Andrzejczyk on the ground to Lenza, charging. Has the big hop to Sperlazzo. First out of what looks like it might be a better inning for Sarah Andrzejczyk. Allowed 5 straight to reach to start the ball game. Lenza with her second chance of the ball game. Here's Deanne Gaston Stickler for Saginaw Valley. She's playing in left field here today. On the ground to third, nice play. Good toss across to get the hitter. Just a super play at third base by Mackenzie Supernaw on a hard hit ball. Had to kind of go backhand a little bit here. This one got on her in a hurry. And she stretches out, fires across, and gets the hitter by about a step and a half at first base. So 2 quick outs on the infield for Andrzejczyk. And here is Shelby Weeks, who started this game with a walk. And we should point out that the hitters at the top of the order for both teams that were walked in the first inning scored for Grand Valley. Weeks was actually the only player in the top 5 of this lineup that didn't score for Saginaw Valley. She was out on the fielder's choice after reaching. They tried to bunt her over with Rouse, and Weeks was out on a close play. Pitcher to the shortstop on the fielder's choice in the first inning. So Shelby Weeks looking to get in on the fun herself. That one, not the best pitch from Sarah Andrzejczyk. Her release point must be a little bit off because she's missed badly up and down in the zone with that off-speed delivery. It was somewhere in between, but off the plate. The count goes to 3-1 here with 2 out to Shelby Weeks, who has shown herself to be a patient hitter in the early going. Went through that fastball. Andrzejczyk got that one to run in on the hands just a little bit. Let's see if Sarah can put her away now with 2 out, nobody on in the Saginaw Valley second. 4-3 Saginaw. Here's the pitch. It's on the inside edge for a called third strike. Andrzejczyk has weathered her first inning storm, and now the Lakers will look to tie it up. Bottom of the second coming up here today on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Well, it's quiet next door at the baseball field. Baseball teams in Midland today playing 2 against the Timberwolves, a team they were only able to split with here in at Grand Valley last week. On the softball field, though, higher hopes for the home side against the Saginaw Valley team that comes in just a game over 500 on the year. Here's the only batter who hasn't batted yet. It's Janae Langs, the Grand Valley center fielder, takes it for ball 1. The 2-sport athlete, kind of a combination guard. Looks like a point guard in basketball, but she's kind of more of a shooter than she is a ball handler. Janae hits that one hard, but it's right back to the pitcher, who's going to have no trouble throwing her out. Appled over to Evie Lobdell for out number 1. Langs hit this one reasonably well. Didn't find a space, though. And she was a goner. pitcher to first base. Tegan Shulman walked and scored in the Grand Valley first. She's up for the second time. Freshman from Grand Rapids Northview watches that one sail high. You know, the sport of baseball, and I guess by extension softball, has had a great history of having players with interesting and unusual names. You got a player who's out there dazzling people with their bat and their glove named Showman. That's pure baseball for you. Tegan, open stance at the plate. She can run, as she displayed in the first inning. And she's a good contact hitter as well. Right back to the screen, right on that pitch. Kind of reminds Grand Valley fans of Nelly Casolo, who played in center field for 4 years with that great group, Katie Martin, Miranda Cleary, the Taylors, several others. That's a good pitch right there. In under the hands, throws the hitter, Showman. Count goes to 2-2. Well, I thought the scoreboard said 2-2 before that pitch, and Showman ran down to first base, so the count may have been off, but also I'm wondering if this pitch got her a little bit. Now it's just ball 4. Didn't hit her, had a high pitch, and Showman is on for the second time. Now we get word from the truck right now that that ball may have nicked her in the helmet, so maybe I was right the first time. It was a 2-2 count, and the pitch just got the bill of her cap. And what probably surprised people is that the catcher was able to grab that one, even though it did nick her, which will happen occasionally when a player gets hit by a pitch. Off the end of the bat there for Kelsey Dominguez. So the old saying for leadoff hitters, by hook or crook, and Tegan Shulman walked her first time up, got hit that time. And now it's up to Dominguez with one out here in the Lakers' second. Grand Valley with Jenna Lenza in the on-deck circle. This one is fouled back over the screen. 2-2 the count. One gone in the home half of the second inning. Lakers trail 4-3. Saginaw Valley jumped them early with a 3-run homer. Grand Valley came back and clawed back into this ball game with 3 runs in the bottom of the first. This is in the air towards center. Shulman goes halfway. Center fielder tracking back. Nice play right in front of the track out there by Mackenzie Rouse. You had that one all the way. And that is out number 2.
Number 4, Jenna Lenza.
A little bit on the end of the bat there for Kelsey Dominguez. And good confident outfield play by Mackenzie Rouse in center field there with the Meadows Golf Club. The backdrop for that replay. Here's Lenza, who takes it for ball 1. Lenza hit an absolute heat-seeking missile past third her first time up, knocked in a run. Later came around to score herself. That was a changeup, and a pretty good one too. Got inside but floated back into the zone to even the count with 2 gone here. Showman at first for the Lakers. Grand Valley down 1. Lenza at the plate. Late on that fastball. Sarah Appold now 1 pitch away from getting out of this small predicament. Well, there's Sarah Appold. She's looking at something she's got written on her forearm pad there. This ball is hit toward third. Easy play for the third baseman. Amanda Kynes catches it in foul territory to end the Grand Valley second. So after fireworks in the first, neither team scores in the second. We go to the third. Saginaw Valley still on top by 1.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Lovely day for softball or pretty much any outdoor activity here in West Michigan. Saginaw Valley and Grand Valley in the first of two today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. I'm Tom Cleary, your host for the action here today. And this is Mackenzie Rouse, the center fielder, batting for the second time. This is in the air to center, fairly deep. Lang's going back, it's overhead. This will be a two-base hit for Rouse, who hit that one right on the nose, and it's a hard play for any center fielder. When that ball's hit on the line right at you, you have to make a decision early on whether you're going to go back, stay, come in. And I think Langs was frozen for just a second there, but I doubt she would have gotten to that one anyway. A real bullet off the bat of Rouse for a two-base hit to start the third inning. Here is Evie Lobdell, who scored on the home run by Amanda Best back in the first inning. Lobdell, the first baseman. Andrazik floats it, again misses out of the zone. That's not been a pitch that she's had very good command of today. Trying to go off speed and keep these hitters guessing, but she hasn't been able to get too many of those in the zone. This is a fastball that she poured right past Evie Lobdell. And sometimes it's possible for a pitcher to overthink it. It's a good stop by Deppie there. Keep the runner at second. 3-2 now the count, and this is a very big out in this game for Sarah Andrazik. And that is a good bit of hitting done there by the Saginaw Valley player, Evie Lobdell, to spoil that one. A good pitch down in the zone, sinking, and she just got a piece of it with that orange bat. Marcy Medina is on deck here for Saginaw Valley. Andrazik doesn't want to put this runner on. And this is down to third, a check by Supernaw. Over to first, well done by Grand Valley. Good play there by Mackenzie Supernaw. Just a peek at the runner to get her back to second.
Second baseman, number 32, Marcy Medina.
And then Supernaw with a shot over there to Sperlazzo, who quickly bounds off the bag to check Melanie Rouse down at second. So that's a good outcome on a ball in play for Saginaw Valley. This is inside to Medina, who got a base hit and scored a run back in the first inning. Top of the third here. Colonel's on top by one. That's a good pitch by Andrazik. It looks as though she picked up a little bit of velocity on that one. Burned it right past Medina. Well, that one missed the zone, but it's a good pitch from Sarah Andrazik. Good hard delivery there. And what do we have here? You know, I thought the runner at second on an earlier play had been jumping off the base early. And now are they going to make the call? They're going to call the runner out. Well, yeah, she's called out. On the previous play, I thought she had left the bag before the pitch had been delivered. And that's a huge out for the Lakers. So the umpire, on a play that I haven't seen recently in college softball, calls the runner out for leaving the bag before the ball was delivered. getting a head start, if you will. That's the second out, and not contested in the slightest by Saginaw Valley. So Marcy Medina now batting with 2 out. Going to talk with DJ Foster between half innings and find out how they rule that officially. The first inclination would be that it's something akin to being caught stealing, but I don't think that's it at all. Andrzejczyk misses in the zone. It's now 3-1. With 2 out here in the top of the third. Andrzejczyk gave up 4 early, has been better of late. That was late from Medina, just barely got a piece of that one. So that fastball maybe picking up a little bit of steam as Sarah Andrzejczyk gets loose here today. On the inside edge, underneath the hands of the hitter, and Andrzejczyk works out of trouble. Home half of the third, still 4-3 Saginaw Valley on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
Let's take a look at it right here. The ball in the hands of Sarah Andrzejczyk. There is the runner, and she's long gone before that ball is ever delivered. And we were just commenting between the innings on one of the previous plays on the ground out before that. I thought the runner had gotten off a little quickly there as we saw the replay. And I think the umpire noticed it the first time, wanted to make sure, saw it again, made the call, and the out was registered. So here's Mackenzie Supernaw, who's had a good ball game so far for Grand Valley without registering a hit. She had a ground out in the first inning that moved the runners up to second and third. Both then were able to score, and Supernaw has made a couple of fine plays down at third base to keep Saginaw Valley somewhat in check here. Supernaw in the air, and it's down in left field for a base hit. She'll make the big turn at first. Great play as the ball is hustled in quickly by Deanna Stickler-Gatson in left field to hold Mackenzie Supernaw to a single. Got out in front of that, didn't really scorch it down the left field line, but a good play by the outfielder to get over there quickly. And Mackenzie will come out of the contest now for a designated runner. And of course, the player that's into the game for Grand Valley is Allie Vandermeer. Starters are allowed to leave the game one time and re-enter in women's college softball. So we haven't seen the last of Mackenzie Supernaw, but with Grand Valley trailing by a run, Dana Callahan decides to get the runner on there now, and Ellie Ballbach had a base hit her first time up. Maybe we can get something going again and get this thing tied up. Take advantage while you can. That re-entry rule is only for starters and not reserve players. If you come off the bench, when you come out, you're done. Ballbach in an 0-2 hole. Waved at that changeup and a little bit upset with herself. This is a good-looking player, though. Ellie Ballbach, a pitcher and a hitter. She can play some positions. She can DH. She can throw. That's up high to Ellie, sophomore. Started to make an impact on this squad about midway through last season, I think. And she is somebody that will be utilized in a lot of different ways before she's through at Grand Valley. 1-2 pitch. That's inside. Almost got her on the right knee. Jumps out of the way. Allie Vandermeer, the pinch runner, is at first base after the single by Supernaw. Sarah Appold on the mound for Saginaw Valley. That's way outside. She kind of eased up on that one, didn't really finish it. And the count goes to 3-2. The outfield, I thought would be maybe a little deeper, especially in left and right against this player. Ballbach has got the kind of power that can get her out near the fences. She's on that pitch right there. Got a good fastball and fouled it straight back from Appold. Kaylee Reinhard will bat next. Nobody out here in the Laker third, trailing by a run. And Ballback can't find it. It's a pitch that's in the dirt, but with first base occupied. The batter is automatically out there. Kaylee Reinhard bats next. So they got Ballback with off speed. They got ahead with a hard one for the first strike, but then the two subsequent strikes were on off-speed deliveries, and she was way out in front. Here's Reinhardt thinking about bunting, pulls the bat back. Not surprising here, getting down in the order a little bit. Number 6 hitter for Grand Valley. Even with one out, you'd have to consider the bunt here. Good runner on first. Well, that pitch is just off the plate. Sarah Appold wanted that one. If she gets a strike there, Reinhardt's probably not going to try to bunt with 2 strikes. Well, she's bunting this time, and it's a good one. They'll go to first to get the sure out. Vandermeer down to second with a slide. And Reinhardt does her job. Sacrifices third base to, well, I didn't look. I think it was the first baseman that got back there. We'll check and see here on the replay. And it was indeed the first baseman, Evie Lobdell, who got back to the bag. So runner at second with 2 gone now. And here's Heather Sperlazzo. Off speed, just outside. Fastball's up high. Sperlazzo had a solid base hit her first at bat. She was the last Grand Valley player to reach in the first inning when they scored 3. This is up high, and it's pretty interesting pitching right here with 8 and 9 coming up. I think that a couple of those pitches have been pretty commercial here to Sperlazzo, who's got power. Wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world with the 8th hitter coming up next to put her on and set up a force at every base. That is a strike, though. In at the letters on Heather. 3-1 with 2 gone. Sarah Appold checking the plays again. That's a good pitch there. And a good job of hitting, I think, by Sperlazzo, not offering it a ball that she was fooled on. Definitely looking for a fastball in that situation. Got it off speed and watch it sail by. Full count now. Hit hard to short, off the glove of the shortstop. Nice work, though, by the Saginaw Valley shortstop, Shelby Weeks, to keep that ball on the infield. That, in my mind, goes as a base hit for Sperlazzo, her second of the ball game. Hard chance, really, for Weeks. In between bounce and a ball that was smoked pretty well. Putting 2 on with 2 out for Grand Valley, and Marianne Deppy stepping up. She was retired on a fielder's choice, or actually hit into a fielder's choice for the final out of the first inning. With 2 on, she hit it down to Weeks at short, who tagged the runner. Could have done anything there. Could have tagged the runner, could have tagged second base, could have thrown it across. That is a good pitch. Check swing by Deppy, but the ball was on the edge. So 0-2. So Marianne Deppy just has to put it in play here somehow. Let's see if Appold tries to get her out with a off speed here. If she goes back hard delivery. She's coming with a ball that's going to be hit to short. The throw across to first, not in time. The run scores. Grand Valley has tied it. Boy, it was a bang-bang play at first, and the first baseman just couldn't haul it in. So the Lakers on a 2-out, I guess that'd go as a base hit probably for Deppie. It's a tough play in the hole for weeks. She gets it across, and
Center fielder, number 1.
I'd say you have to give the hitter the benefit of the doubt there with a base hit. And Marianne Deppie, who really rallies from a 2-strike hole there to tie the game, has given Grand Valley a chance now to move on top. Super now comes in to score. Down to third base goes Sperlazzo on the overthrow. Or I should say the ball getting away from the first baseman. So here is Janae Langs, and she's got a little bit of punch in her bat as well. She's had a walk-off hit already this year for Grand Valley. She can find a little space here. She can put her team into the lead. 4-4 in the third. Langs thought about bunting. Ooh, that would have been an interesting play. I think the problem was, though, that the runner down at third, Sperlazzo, wasn't really dialed into that possibility. Janae Langs fouls that one back. 1-2 now the count to the Laker center fielder, Janae Langs. With 2 gone, a run in for the Lakers here in the 4th inning to tie it. That one is back to the screen. The runner on first will go down to second. So now a base hit might well score a pair for the Lakers. That one skipped right past the catcher. Amanda Best had really no chance for that one. And what are we going to get here? I think Dana Callahan might get a runner down at second base, and she will. Deppie, the catcher, is going to come out, so Grand Valley will get another speedster out there on the base paths.
10 for 12.
It's Megan Downey who's coming to the game, the sophomore from Macomb, Michigan. She was just kind of minding her own business. Now she could be a hero if she can come around and score here in this situation. Lakers with 2 on, 2 out, 2 runners in scoring position, 2-2 count on Janae Langs. Janae on the ground to first. Big hop there for Evie Lobdell, and Langs is retired, but not before the Lakers score a run to tie it. We head to the 4th. 4-4, Saginaw Valley and Grand Valley on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Grand Valley's commitment to a diverse and inclusive campus has been recognized by the country's oldest and largest diversity-focused publication for higher education. Insight into Diversity awarded Grand Valley the 2014 Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award. The honor is based on an institution's diversity and inclusion initiatives and the ability to embrace a broad definition of diversity on campus.
Having an environment where we're inclusive, not just in our student body, but also in our practices and employment practices in the classroom, we enhance the educational experience for all of our students.
The university once again broke enrollment records this fall for minority and international students.
The focused attention on inclusion means Grand Valley graduates are capably entering a global workforce where they are making a difference. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Okay, here we go for the 4th inning. Grand Valley and Saginaw Valley, just talking to the scorers. They ruled both those plays in the 3rd inning errors for Grand Valley on balls hit by Sperlazzo and Deppie. A little discussion about that. Here's Saginaw Valley. That is a pitch that is on the outside edge to the leadoff hitter for the Cardinals here. And this is the dangerous one, Amanda Best, a 3-run homer, her first at bat, and she took the first pitch for a strike, the second one just a little bit low for ball 1. Andrzejczyk had that ball working inside on Amanda Best, misses the plate, 2-1. 4 for Saginaw Valley in the first, 3 for Grand Valley in the bottom of the first, and the Lakers got the tying run in the 3rd after a couple of fielding miscues. Amanda Best on the ground. Nice backhanded stop by Showman. Good throw across to get her by a step. That's how it's done by Tegan Showman. No hesitation whatsoever. And really, you've got to have confidence in your abilities here if you're the shortstop. You can't surround this ball, which she might have had time to do in terms of setting her feet, but she's not going to get the throw off quickly enough. So she makes the backhand grab, sets, fires, qualifies the batter, who's not the fastest runner out there for Saginaw Valley, and is able to get her out for out number 1. Good play by Tegan Showman. Jessica Wood bats next here for Saginaw Valley. Andrazik misses with the first 2. Jessica Wood having some people here today, I'm sure. She's from Granville, right down the road. Played at Lansing Community College before going to Saginaw Valley. Boy, she had a good rip at that one. Straight back to the screen. On the ground, Supernaw is going to surround this one. She throws a bullet across the diamond for out number 2. So that left side doing some work today for Grand Valley. Supernaw has had 3 fielding chances, a couple of them tough ones. That ball stays down in the zone a little better for Sarah Andrazik. And Supernaw takes a little while to unfold, but when it leaves her hand, it's got something on it. Wood is out number 2. Here's Chelsea Adcock. Well, the key at bat in this game belongs to Marianne Deppy, who's behind the plate right now with an 0-2 count. She hit a ground ball to short, very nearly beat it out. It was ruled officially an error. That's going to be just foul. Sperlazzo tried to keep that one in play, but Deppy got down the line pretty quickly. The first baseman couldn't handle the ball on the bounce, and that allowed the Lakers to score the tying run of this one to eradicate a 4-0 early deficit. That is a breaking ball to run the count to 2-1. Kind of expecting to see Courtney Reinhold in game 2. This is in the air on the infield. Jenna Lenza squeezes that one. A couple of weeks ago, she dropped one in the final inning against Wayne State, and it almost cost the Lakers. But that one is handled with care. Home half of the 4th coming up. Grand Valley looking to move ahead.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. The doctor.
It's Grand Valley softball today here on the Grand Valley Sports Network. Tom Cleary with you from Allendale, Michigan. It's been a good ball game. A lot happening at the outset of this one. Both teams knocked it around some of the first inning. Saginaw Valley got all 4 of theirs against Sarah Andrazik, who has settled down since then. Grand Valley got 3 against Sarah Appold, tied it in the 3rd, and here is Tegan Showman taking strike 1. They have not yet managed to retire Showman. Walked and scored in the 1st, hit by a pitch in the 2nd. A ball nicked her batting helmet. Well, let's take another one. And there's nobody that does that better than Tegan Showman. She's already set a record for Grand Valley. Most times hit by a pitch. And when you got one coming at the leg like that, no umpire is going to fault you for not trying to get out of the way. Which Tegan most certainly, I don't know if you'd say did or didn't do there. She just took it for the team, and she's on again. This ball is fouled back over the screen and out of play. I want to check on the count with Tegan Showman this year. Find out how many that is officially for her. We might have it on our stat sheet somewhere. I think that's now 16 for the year. Could that possibly be? She has a way of getting in the way, you might say. That's a bunt, and a little lack of commitment that time from Kelsey Dominguez. Had a good pitch to bunt. It was off speed, it was up, and she just tried to get a little bit fancy with it. A common fault for bunters, trying to be too perfect. If you get it down in this game, anywhere, it's probably going to accomplish your goal. The ball is in the dirt. Kelsey Dominguez, the Laker left fielder here today. Sophomore from Naperville, Illinois. Against Sarah Appold. Good cut at that one, fouled over the first baseline. And out of play. Outside. So Dominguez hanging in here against Appold with Tegan Showman on for the third time in this contest. And the count runs full at 3-2 with Jenna Lenza, the dangerous one, on deck for the Lakers. Lenza had an RBI double in her first at bat, and she is looming large here for Sarah Appold. Check swing, went too far. Strike three call. Got to believe that was a good call by Victor Sina. We saw the wrist break by Kelsey Dominguez. She didn't want to swing, but she was just slightly committed to it. A little slam of the dughouse door there, too. Let's see again if we can tell from this picture. I thought it was a good call by Sina. Saw that elbow fly out a little bit. That's kind of a telltale sign that the arms were extended through the zone. So big strikeout for Appold. Here is Jenna Lenza. Outfield playing straight away and fairly deep. Showman at first. Whoa, another bullet down the third baseline. It'll go just for a single. You almost think that the left fielder might have had a chance to throw her out at first base. That was hit so hard. And really, you're starting to take that a little bit personally if you're Amanda Kynes. That's the second ball they have rifled right over her head at third base. 2 on for the Lakers, yeah. Check the mouth guard there because it might come in handy a little bit later. Solid base knock by Jenna Lenza. Grand Valley with runners at first and second now with just 1 out. And here's Mackenzie Supernaw. Singled, scored the tying run. Ooh, couldn't keep the bat out of the way that time. Didn't want to swing at that one, but the ball found the metal there. And that evens the count at 1. You'd like to see what could happen if Mackenzie Supernaw gets extended. She is an imposing figure at the plate. Checked in time on that one. I think Dana Callahan might be saying to Mackenzie, just stay relaxed at the plate there. That pitch is well out of the zone. Grand Valley looking for some space out there in the green area. Get a run, move on top of this ball game for the first time. Oh, they show bunt, and it's a dandy. Nice work. Throw to first. Retires Supernaw, but it moves 2 runners into scoring position. Supernaw's out. Pitcher to first base.
Number 11, Ellie Ballbach.
And that'll bring up Ellie Ballbach. Kind of interesting here. Would Saginaw Valley walk her or work around her? Lefty on a righty pitcher. They're going to let Ballbach swing away on the first pitch, and she goes through it for a strike. I might be giving her a little bit too much respect here. I wouldn't think they didn't walk her intentionally, but now with 1 strike, they'll probably go after her. Ballbach had a good swing at that one. If Ellie had gotten ahead in the count, I would have thought that maybe Todd Buckingham might have giving his pitcher the signal to kind of work around with the right-hander, Reinhard, scheduled to bat next. Fourth inning for both teams so far here, Saginaw Valley and Grand Valley. Ball back, waves at a fastball up high, and that's strike three to end the Grand Valley threat. Lakers get runners into scoring position, but do not score. We head to the fifth. It's still tied at 4 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
Gotta go! I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I would like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's going to be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
All right, this has turned into a pretty good ball game. Looked like Saginaw Valley might race out and never be caught when this one started. First 5 players reached against Sarah Andrzejczyk. 4 of them scored, but the Lakers have fought back to tie it, and Andrzejczyk has settled in on the mound. This is Amanda Kimes, little looper down the first baseline. Sperlazzo started in on that ball initially, then by the time she headed back, it was over her head into foul territory for strike 1. Amanda Kimes, another player with local ties. She's from Caledonia. This is in the air to center field. It'll fall in front of Janae Langs for a base knock. So Amanda Kimes now 1 for 2 in the contest with a single to lead off the Cardinal 5th inning.
Fielder, number 4, Deanna Stickler-Gatson.
This is Deanna Stickler-Gatson. To first, they're going to tag the runner. Sperlazzo had an interesting choice there. Usually, though, coaches in softball want you to take that sure out. They'll trade a base for an out in this situation, but Heather might have been able to make a play down to second base right away. I think she had time, probably to throw down to second, but discretion in this game, like baseball, is often the better part of valor. She got the sure out. Saginaw Valley's got a runner in scoring position with 1 gone. This is Shelby Weeks batting now. Saginaw Valley shortstop. Sarah Andrzejczyk here would like something on the left side if possible. She shows bunt, does not offer. Count goes to 1-1. Something on the order of a 1-hopper to Tegan Showman might be what Andrzejczyk is hoping for here. Good hitter at the plate. That ball is wild. They have a chance to throw it down. Instead, Marianne Deppy hangs on to it. Good stop, though, by Marianne. The Lakers have played good defense. Grand Valley was the better defensive team in that doubleheader sweep of Wayne State a couple of weeks ago, up until the final half inning of the doubleheader. And they've been slightly better in the field today than Saginaw Valley, which has made a couple of errors. 3-1 count, though, here on Shelby Weeks. Sarah Andrzejczyk has had to struggle at times. That ball is inside for ball 4. So now it's Mackenzie Rouse who squared one up in her last at bat. Hit a double over the head of Janae Langs in center field. The walk to Weeks makes it 2 on with 1 out in the heart of the batting order is looming here for Saginaw Valley. That ball is inside to Mackenzie Rouse. Rouse was safe on a fielder's choice. Bunted her first attempt. Grand Valley got the out at second. Later came in to score. That's outside for ball 2. Grand Valley not yet with anybody working in the bullpen. When we saw Sarah Andrzejczyk against Wayne, she pitched a little bit better than she's pitching today, but Grand Valley had people up pretty much the whole time. 3-0 to Andrzejczyk, and now Grand Valley's got to be having a discussion in the dugout right now between the pitching coach, Jen Maxon, and Dana Callahan. This is going to be a little confab now with 3-0. Interesting bit of strategy here. I wouldn't think that Rouse should be swinging. 3-0. Jen Maxon there on the left. Dana Callahan, first-year coach, on the right. And that was ball 4. She was way out of the batter's box by the time that one arrived. And now Grand Valley's got some real issues. Down to second goes Weeks. Rouse is on with a walk, the second of the inning. And here is Evie Lobdell. And now Grand Valley's going to have to get serious about a plan of attack. Still nobody working in the bullpen. I don't know that Saginaw Valley, they're kind of handcuffed here in this situation. You've got one of your top hitters, generally your number 3 hitter is the best hitter on the squad. That's the slot that you put your best all-around hitter into most of the time. And that's what Saginaw Valley's got right now, and it's a hitter situation. Pitcher's been wild. 2 consecutive walks, bases loaded. Grand Valley's going to play in on the infield. So it's an all-or-nothing situation for the Lakers. That one got past Deppy, no advance. Andrzejczyk's there to cover up. Deppy couldn't find it right away. Sarah Andrzejczyk's just got to get focused here, and I know she's trying hard for a strikeout, but just got to get him to put it in place somewhere and trust the defense. This is in the air toward third. A little bump there by the runner on the third baseman. Umpire at the plate took his mask off as if to look down to the base umpire. Supernaw ran into the runner who was trying to retreat to the bag. That would have been an interesting call. 1-1 the count with 1 out. Andrzejczyk down to third. They're going to come home for 1. They'll get the force out, and Deppy will squeeze it. Oh, that's so frustrating when you're on third base. As Amanda Kimes was, you see the ball hit. This one almost cued away from Supernaw. Used her reach, and she made the smart play. She's got all day to make the throw down here. But credit to the hitter, Lobdell, for hustling down the line to avoid a double play. So the bases remain loaded. Fielder's choice goes 5-2. This ball is fouled straight back. And it's now up to Marcy Medina here with the bases loaded. Strike 1 the count. Andrzejczyk trying to work out of it again, but she's not going to be able to do so. It's a base knock that will score at least 2. Langs hustles it back in. Runners at second and third now with 2 runs in. And it's a clutch base hit for Marcy Medina, and nothing fluky about it. Solid knock into the left center field gap over the head of Showman. And Saginaw Valley is back on top. And now Sarah Andrzejczyk, I think, is going to give way here to Ellie Ballbach, who had not been warming up at all, that I could tell. But she is going to come into the game right now. The left-hander who's seen a lot of action this year for Grand Valley.
The DP is coming in to pitch from 10 to 9.
So Ellie Ballbach comes in for Andrzejczyk, and this is a straight swap in terms of the lineup. Ballbach has been in the game as a hitter, so she'll stay in. So you'll simply have the designated player now hitting as the pitcher for Grand Valley. And the problem for Ellie Ballbach is she doesn't have much room for error here. Only 1 base open. 2 runs in. But I think it's the right decision by Dana Callahan, because Jessica Wood, who had earlier homered in this contest, is on deck and will bat if Amanda Best gets on base.
Now pitching for the Lakers, number 11, Ellie Ballbach.
So Ballbach takes over here, and she will face
the catcher, number 25, Amanda Best.
Amanda Best, who had a single in the first inning, scored a run. and was out on a grounder to short her last at bat. She's had a couple of good cuts in this contest, facing the lefty for the first time. Ellie Ballback comes out throwing some gas right from the outset. That pitch just off the plate. Well, a little surprised by that pitch selection there. Change up to a power hitter. I think Ellie wants to just pound the zone here if at all possible. Now she's really taken the off-speed pitch out of the equation. Boy, that is a good pitch just off the plate. She's looking in, wants to know where that one was. Victor Sena, though, does not engage her on that one. He just turned his head away. It was outside. It's 3-0, so this one probably won't be very close either. It's up high and out of the zone, so there's your warm-up, Ellie Ballbach. You had about 7 or 8 pitches, and then you got 4 more to the first hitter you faced, who you walked, which is generally not a good sign for a reliever.
Jessica Wood.
Bases loaded now. Great play by Deppie there. That ball was a good foot outside. Jessica Wood batting. Well, this could be some gamesmanship here from Todd Buckingham talking to Jessica Wood. You would not want to take the bat out of her hand. I think I mentioned earlier that Wood had homered in the contest. It was actually Amanda Best who had homered in that first inning. This pitch is up high. Ballback has got to settle in here. 6 pitches, 5 of them have not been good ones. 2-0 now. She didn't really have any choice. Just got to lay it in the zone somewhere. Boy, that was brave. She took a lot off that one, and it had a fair amount of break, and it cut across the plate and just caught a little bit of it for strike 1. Great off-speed delivery from Ellie. Missing away again. Grand Valley has fallen behind by a couple here in the 5th inning against the Cardinals. And that's going to force in run number 7 as Ballback has come into the contest. And I mentioned I didn't see her warming up before she came in. As the designated player, she was on the bench. And it's one of those moves that Dana Callahan is just probably beating herself up over. In fact, she brings in a reliever who walks 2 immediately. There's that breaking pitch again, that off speed with a lot of curve on it. And against the left-hander, that's strike 1. This is Chelsea Adcock. 9th hitter in the inning, in the air on the left side. And that is taken by Supranoff for the final out of the inning. But the damage has been done. Walks the problem for the Lakers there. Saginaw Valley gets 3. We go to the last of the 5th. It's Saginaw Valley 7, Grand Valley 4.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Well, the Lakers got into some difficulty in that last half inning against Saginaw Valley, which batted around. Grand Valley allowed 4 walks in that frame. It wasn't much that the hitters did, although Medina had the double. That was the big blow of the frame, but the pitcher of record, Sarah Andrasic, hurt by the walks. Then Bellback came on and walked a run in. So now the Lakers have to dig themselves out. They'll have to do so with the bottom portion of the batting order. It's Kaylee Reinhardt, followed by Sperlazzo and Deppie, the first three scheduled here against Sarah Apple for the second time today, has a multiple run lead. She had 4 runs to work with in the first inning, gave up 3. She's got a 3-run margin here in the home half of the 5th. The zone expanded a little bit there on Reinhardt. That's strike 1, says Victor Sina. That ball was about 3 feet in front of the plate to even the count. Grand Valley heads out on the road tomorrow to play a couple of games at Northwood, and then on the weekend, 2 at Ferris. Reinhardt can't find it. In fact, the Lakers today are playing at home for the final time in the regular season. They have had a long stretch of home games dating back to that doubleheader with Wayne back on the 31st of March. They've been at home ever since, but now they go out on the road for 4 straight doubleheaders to finish. This ball is in the air on the right side. Second baseman tracks and puts it away. Marcy Medina for out number 1.
First baseman, number 25.
Sperlazzo bats next for Grand Valley. She has not scored in this contest, but she's had 2 base hits. Grand Valley needs some runners right now as we get down to the bottom third of the batting order with 1 gone. Dana Callahan, the first-year coach, taking over for Doc Woods. Takes a look at that and shouts some encouragement to her hitter after that off-speed delivery gets on the outside corner from Sarah Appold. That was up around the eyes on Sperlazzo. That's a good pitch by Appold and good work at the plate by the hitter who didn't chase 0-2 on that outside delivery. Marianne Deppie on deck for the Lakers. Good cut there by Heather Sperlazzo. Freshman from Carroll Stream, Illinois, Glenbard North. One of the big suburban schools outside of Chicago. That one hit right on the dish, I believe. That's why it took that funny bounce up into the air. Victor Sina going out to clean off the plate. I think he's also checking to see whether or not the dish was uprooted at all by that last delivery. Everything seems to be kosher, and we're back to the action with a full count now. Grand Valley needs to start scratching back here in the 5th. Woo! That ball was hit hard. Had home run distance down the left field line, but pulled about 75 feet foul. Well, that's a good pitch by Appold. Down to second base, the shovel across. Sawed her off, ball in on the hands. And Sperlazzo is retired for the first time today. Second base to first. There you see she got that one down even inside the trademark. The only best hope Grand Valley had there is if the pitcher had deflected the ball a little bit. Heather might have been able to reach safely. Here's Marianne Deppie, who reached safely her last at bat on a grounder to short. This is a little nubber that's going to roll foul. We saw the replay of that particular play involving Deppie. It was very, very close at first base. It was not a good throw, and Lobdell was not able to come up with the ball on the bounce, but it was going to be an awful tough call down there for the base umpire had it been caught cleanly. 0-2 now to Marianne Deppie with Janae Langs on deck. Grand Valley trailing by 3. The starter Andrzejczyk is out. Ball back was touched for a run in relief. Saginaw Valley used 4 walks in that go-ahead 5th inning to score 3 runs. Purpose pitch there from Appold. This is on the ground. Good play made by the second baseman across to first, and Deppie is retired on a grounder to Marcy Medina for the 3rd out of the 5th inning. 6 coming up. 3 up and 3 down for Grand Valley. Still trailing by 3 to Saginaw Valley on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
And as we get set to start the 6th inning here today, Grand Valley, it'll be a pinch hitter leading off. Amanda Kynes will be pinch hit for in the person of Madison Burgess, who steps in, freshman outfielder from Commerce, suburban Detroit. Kind of interesting here, bringing in a lefty to face a lefty. Young player, though, who's obviously shown something to her coach. Grand Valley's going to play in at the corners, anticipating a bunt. And this looks like a kind of a prototypical left-handed leadoff type hitter. Madison Burgess, we saw her running up in the bunt, running up as if to slap at the first delivery. She's going again. It's caught by Supernaw, who speared it. Boy, you talk about that frame for Mackenzie. Long arms, tall, and she needed every inch of her reach right there. That's just a great play, and she's had a fine afternoon.
Number 4, Deanna Stickler-Gatson.
Burgess lines out to third, tried to slap one by, but Supernaw was up to the task. This is the left fielder, Deanna Stickler-Gatson, batting with 1 gone here against Ballbach. That's an off-speed delivery that's in for a strike. Only Ballbach had good velocity when she came on in the last half inning, but couldn't find the plate early on and walked in the 3rd run. That's back to the screen. Count goes to 1-2. We have seen Ellie Mosley working to the outside portion of the plate against right-handed hitters. That seems to be where she prefers to go. She came in with a couple of breaking balls off speed. We haven't seen the fastball inside yet. Well, we see another one to the outside. That ball tossed down to first by Deppie. And that's a strikeout for Ballbach for out number 2.
Shortstop, number 3, Shelby Weeks.
Now in this game, Grand Valley has not hurt itself defensively. The pitchers have had some issues with base on balls, but it's been a pretty spotless game from a defensive standpoint for the Lakers. And they've used some good fielding plays to keep this one as close as it's been. Shelby Weeks bats now, the leadoff hitter and shortstop, with a couple gone in the top of the 6th inning. Well, that's right the spot where Ballbach seems to want to work. Low and just off the edge of the plate to those right-handers. We haven't gotten a lot of calls, though, from Victor Sena on those pitches. He's going to get one right here, though. Indiana native, Ellie Ballback, in the circle right now for the Lakers. And it looks to me like she just naturally kind of cuts that ball away. Just kind of her natural default setting as a pitcher. That pitch that's running away from right-handers. That is right back to Ellie, got the glove up. Makes the play across to first to Sperlazzo for a routine inning on the hill in the sixth. Grand Valley needing some offense though. Lakers trail here on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. The doctor.
All right. On some campuses, they would call that the library, but here at Grand Valley, we call it the Mary Ida Pugh Learning and Information Commons. Just beyond the baseball field, which is directly behind us here in Allendale, on the campus of Grand Valley State University. Well, this is the setup Grand Valley would like. The speedy Janae Langs batting first, trying to bunt her way on. Grand Valley needs some speed on the bases, and they've got all the speed in their lineup. Coming to the plate here in the sixth inning. Langs, then the top of the order, Showman and Dominguez. Langs has not been on yet. Showman's been on 3 times. Table setters here for Dana Callahan if she can get him on board. Janae Langs gets up on the plate pretty closely. She might be looking to step into one here, but that's kind of the way she plays basketball. She's way up in the box too, as you sometimes see left-handers trying to get that quick first step out of there. A good cut there by Janae. That is fouled down in the bullpen area of Grand Valley. 1-2 the count to the Lakers center fielder, Janae Langs, trying to get on board. Get something going for the home side. I do want to check that number on Tegan Showman. I think she's been hit by pitches 16 times this year. Langs can't find it. Went for the low delivery, swung through it for strike 3.
Shortstop, number 9, Tegan Showman.
Here is Tegan Showman walking around there plotting her strategy. Well, her strategy is to get on base, and she's quite good at achieving that objective. Hit twice in this game and a walk. Takes it down low, ball 1. I think if you're a pitcher and you look at this player, she's been around the league long enough now, you're thinking this is just kind of a pesky freshman. But that's not going to get her out. You got to do some work. And they may just do it this time. They're going to have to hurry. And Showman is out by a half a step on the ball down to Shelby Weeks at shortstop.
Number 2, Chelsea Dominguez.
I don't think Tiemann got a great jump out of the box there. Almost stepped on the bat. And then first baseman's right on the bag, and Tegan pulled up just a little bit there. Didn't want to run through her arm. So with 2 gone, it's up to Kelsey Dominguez here. As Showman is finally retired, shortstop to first in her 4th at bat of the contest. Dominguez walked and scored in the first inning, flew out to center and struck out 0 for 2 with a run for Dominguez. And that pitch is inside. Even now, down 3, Grand Valley still needs a runner. You've got a power hitter and Lenza coming up next, so I'd be surprised if you see Dominguez swinging at this next pitch here. She's going to try to make this pitcher work. It's a good pitch right down the middle. boilerplate fastball from Sarah Appold. Good pitch to hit right there for Dominguez, but she was a little late on it. 2-2 the count. With 2 gone in the home 6th today in Allendale. Action coming your way on the Grand Valley Sports Network. LEAC women's softball action sees the visitor, Saginaw Valley, on top here by 3. Count full now. Kelsey Dominguez has to stay focused there for Grand Valley, not chase a bad ball here. Appold still pretty much in control. She's been good. Only 1 run allowed since the first inning. That ball's back up the middle, through the legs of the second baseman. So there's life yet for Grand Valley. Sometimes you watch the second or third hop and you just know something bad is about to happen. Second baseman doesn't charge this ball, and then that last bounce does not come up. And it was right through the wickets of Marcy Medina. And here is Jenna Lenza now with a runner on. Grand Valley looking for a big blow here. Maybe climb a little bit closer. This is a player with home run power. Jenna Lenza. Pitch sails high. Saginaw has had people working in its bullpen, but nobody doing anything but spectating and working on a suntan right now down there. 2-0 to Jenna Lenza. The time and place might be intersecting right here for Grand Valley. That is hit hard foul. Going to be hard to squeeze one past Amanda Kimes, but Grand Valley has done it a couple of times in this contest. They've hit some bullets down that way in this game. 2-1 the count. Runner at first with 2 gone in the Lakers' 6th inning. Might be the last real good opportunity here for Grand Valley. In the air to center, medium depth. No problem at all, and Mackenzie Rouse puts it away for out number 3. So the Lakers get a runner on, but do not score. 7th inning coming up. Saginaw Valley still on top by 3.
Grand Valley's commitment to a diverse and inclusive campus has been recognized by the country's oldest and largest diversity-focused publication for higher education. Insight into Diversity awarded Grand Valley the 2014 Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award. The honor is based on an institution's diversity and inclusion initiatives and the ability to embrace a broad definition of diversity on campus.
Having an environment where we're inclusive, not just in our student body, but also in our practices and employment practices in the classroom, we enhance the educational experience for all of our students.
The university once again broke enrollment records this fall for minority and international students.
The focused attention on inclusion means Grand Valley graduates are capably entering a global workforce where they are making a difference. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Grand Valley on the verge of letting this first one get away, trailing as we go to the top of the 7th inning against Saginaw Valley in the first of 2. Ellie Ballbach on in place of Sarah Andrasic, the starter and pitcher of record, as we get to the 7th inning. This is Mackenzie Rouse batting for Saginaw Valley, the number 2 hitter. Rouse, Lobdell, Medina, the first 3. Hitters 2, 3, and 4 in the 7th inning. And Ballbach with a touch of the wildness that she demonstrated in her first half inning of work back in the 5th. Well, that's a breaking ball, and it's an amazing breaking ball. It has movement, and it's tough to pick up. It kind of cuts across the plate from the outside to the inside on right-handers. She's thrown it for a strike about 3 or 4 times here in her short stint of action. That was an off speed again, but it didn't find the zone. 3-1 to the leadoff hitter, Mackenzie Rouse. Got her report from Midland. Grand Valley won the men's baseball contest. Right back to the mound. Ballback got handcuffed, but she was able to stab enough of it and get it over to first base for the out.
First baseman, number 24, Evie Lobdell.
And surprised her more than hurt her. And here is Lobdell. The Grand Valley baseball team won the first of two in Midland against Northwood, 12-9. The final score for Jamie Detillion and company. Again, showing off an offense that's got plenty of muscle again this year, and I believe that's win number 20 on the season for Grand Valley against 12 defeats in men's baseball this year. That's a good pitch on the outside corner. And interesting to see how Ballback works against the left-hander, because she has not had this matchup very much today. See if she goes away from the lefty. Instead, she goes right at her. What a nice play by Sperlazzo on the backhand. Grand Valley's infield defense has just been superb in this contest. That play right there, saving perhaps a two-base hit. Now, it's not killed, but it might be a difficult play. Well, I guess the right fielder would have been in position maybe to hold that to a single, but still, definite hit-saving play made on Lobdell by Sperlazzo, and that's out number 2. And this is on the black. To Marcy Medina. Marcy had the big hit back in the 5th, 2-run double to make it a 6-4 ball game. This is in the air toward left field. It's going to drop in front of Dominguez out there. Another hit for Medina here in the contest with 2 outs. And that'll leave it up to Amanda Best.
The catcher, number 25, Amanda Best.
Both of Medina's hits have gone in the same general vicinity, but that one was a little bit off the end of the bat, just over the head of Showman in the left field. Here's Best, who had that first inning 3-run homer. Foul tip into the glove of Marianne Deppy. Ballback trying to close this one out. We expect to see Courtney Reinhold, the freshman from Saginaw, in game 2. This is in the air toward right, could be trouble. Chasing over the head of the outfielder. Langs is going to have to hurry. They may have a play at the plate, and Saginaw is going to hold the runner at third. Boy, a little surprised to see that. I would have thought they'd be a touch more aggressive. That ball just over the glove of Reinhard. Langs got over in a hurry and hustled it back into Lenza. A great diving attempt out there. But Langs does a good job, and I'm just a touch surprised that they didn't try to score with a pretty good base runner out there. Instead, it'll be second and third after the 2-base hit by Amanda Best. No, I'm not sure what we're going to get a change of some sort. Don't know if it's going to be a pinch hitter here for Jessica Wood or not. Yeah, I believe so. Well, no, Jessica Wood is back out of the dugout now.
Designated player, number 12, Jessica Wood.
2 on, 2 out. This is a must for Grand Valley to stay in this contest, get an out here, and they're not going to do it. It's a base hit to right field, first pitch swinging. Saginaw Valley will get just 1. The ball hustled in by Reinhard. No chance there to score a run. But Jessica Wood just kind of reached out, hit a pretty good pitch that was a little up in the zone over the head of Lenza for the run that makes it 8-4. So now more changes for Saginaw Valley.
Running, batting.
Danielle Hamilton is down at first base. She's going to run. And what's going on here is the runner from third is now trotting across. And will we get another pinch runner? Yeah, I guess we will.
At third base now, now running number 1 for 25.
And Claire Coops-Meske from Alpena comes into the contest to run at third. And this is going to be Meredith Rouse who's going to bat. Her sister Mackenzie's been in the ball game. Mackenzie is the senior. Meredith is an infielder, just a freshman against Ballback. Standing pretty tall at the plate, in close to the dish, batting from the right side. Fastball misses from Ballback. Well, control issues have plagued Grand Valley today. Saginaw Valley's been disciplined at the plate, and those walks have definitely made it difficult for Grand Valley's pitchers. And that's off speed again. I would think that Ballback at some point just got to throw and get the ball in the zone somewhere. Well, again, 3 straight bad deliveries. A little surprised on the breaking ball on the 1-0 pitch. But Ballback has had the same kind of inconsistency that Sarah Andrasic demonstrated while she was out there. Just a little bit wild. That ball is just outside, I guess. Looked like a pretty good pitch, 3-0, but it misses, and Rouse draws a 4-pitch walk, and that'll bring up Amanda Kynes to bat with the bases loaded now. Saginaw Valley might have all the runs that it needs, but it would still like to get some more. So everybody gathers in the circle now as Jen Maxton goes out to talk things over. She basically heads up the pitching department for Grand Valley after a great career that she had a little over a decade ago here in Allendale. Career leader in many statistical categories for the Lakers in softball.
Third baseman, number 21, Amanda Kynes.
Amanda Kynes bats next. Bases loaded, 2 out, a run in, a 4-run Saginaw Valley cushion. And that is the one that Boy Ballback has been looking for a good part of the afternoon. That first pitch strike away. And now she quickly jumps out ahead against Amanda Kynes. 0-2. Kynes, the third baseman in this ball game for Saginaw. Cardinals on top by the score of 8-4. Well, that's a bad one. Deppie has to hurry. Runner's coming, and she will score. That's great work done, and good job done by Todd Buckingham to get Claire Coops-Meske into the ball game. Pinch runner didn't hesitate. That's the first ball that really couldn't be handled cleanly by Marianne Deppie, and tried to just sling it back in there, but there was never a chance they were going to get the runner there. One and 2 count, 2 in now, 9-4 ball game. This is on the ground to Lenza. Terrible hop, is going to score another run, maybe 2. At the plate, out. So 1 run scores on the bobble. It was a bad hop to second. Grand Valley recovered, but not before the Cardinals score their 10th run of the ball game. We go to the last of the 7th. Grand Valley in need of a miracle now, trailing by 6 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. The doctor.
Last chance for Grand Valley here. It's the heart of the batting order. Mackenzie Supernaw, Ellie Ballback, and Kaylee Reinard are the first three scheduled. Sarah Appold cruising along on her way to a win. Here's a shot off the glove of the second baseman for a base knock for Supernaw. And Grand Valley trying not to go quietly here in the final frame. Saginaw Valley's got nobody warming up. I think Appold will be in there for a while at least. They had people warming earlier. Here is Ballback, who had one good swing in this contest. In her first at bat, she had a line single in the first pitch that she faced. Since then, she struck out twice, and she struggled a little bit in her relief role today as well. First pitch swinging again is Ellie Ballback, and maybe that's the book on her, to get it up in the zone and get her to chase a little bit. That's a generous strike there with a 6-run lead. Ellie Ballback can hardly believe that one, and if you saw the view that we had from center field there, you're probably scratching your head on that pitch as well. 0-2 to Ballback. That one was only marginally more outside the zone than the previous pitch. Well, talk about going up the ladder. He tried to throw it over the catcher's head twice, and the second time succeeded. 2-2 to Ellie Ballback. Runner goes down to second. Supernaw there with nobody out in the Lakers' seventh. Grand Valley's got a big hill to climb, though, down 6 runs. Well, don't want to be so crass to suggest that's a makeup call for the pitch that occurred earlier in this at bat, but it looked awfully good. It's 3-2 now to Ellie. Don't expect she's going to get another one like that. That one is fought off behind the Grand Valley dugout. On deck for the Lakers, Kaylee Reinard. Crazier things have happened, but Grand Valley needs to get a couple balls in play here before you can start thinking about the possibilities. That is a step in the direction that Grand Valley's hoping for. 2 on, nobody out, down 6. And now I think we're going to get a change for the Lakers. I see Chelsea Horvath coming to the plate right now, probably going to bat for Reinard. Chelsea, the junior from East Kentwood, just outside of Grand Rapids, is somebody who has played regularly over the last couple of seasons. We might expect her to get a start in game 2 here today. She gets a base hit now. She's definitely going to be around for game 2. Grand Valley's made a change on the bases as well. Tanner Kiesel.
Batting 5 for 6.
Pitch running for the Lakers at first base is number 13, Tanner Kiesel.
The freshman from Kalamazoo is now at first, running for Ballbach. And here's Horvath. Interesting dilemma for the hitter. You just into the ball game. You take a pitch here, or do you jump on that first pitch fastball? Well, she was swinging. And it's a great pitch from Appold because she got it in on Chelsea Horvath. Had she hit that ball, it wouldn't go very far. Count even now to the pinch hitter. It's Chelsea Horvath batting for Reinard. Heather Sperlazzo is on deck for the Lakers, and she's been good today. Can Grand Valley make it interesting here in the last of the 7th? That is a swing and a miss. A little bit late there was Horvath. Good eye there by Horvath. 2-2 the count. And this has got to be the pitch that Appold wants to make it happen. She's just walked a batter. Did the same thing really in the first inning. Had control problems when her team gave her a 4-run lead. Doesn't want to walk one here. This is in the air. Might just get out of play, and I think it will. Well, there were a couple of people over there in the vicinity. The left fielder, the shortstop, and the third baseman. And had they gotten there a step or so sooner, they might have been able to make a play on that ball, which just got over the fence and out of play into the Grand Valley bullpen. Horvath still alive at 2-2. This is just fouled on the third baseline. Going to be hard to get one by Amanda Kimes, but Horvath is just trying to put the ball in play. Rolled over on that one. And that's a swinging strike three to the pinch hitter, Horvath. It becomes the first out of the seventh. Here's Sperlazzo. 2 for 3 with a ground out. Still no action in the Saginaw bullpen. 6-run lead here in the seventh. Sperlazzo on the ground. Well, they go to third for the force. That's a smart play by the shortstop. And really a good play as well by Amanda Kimes, who got back to the bag. It would have been a difficult play for Shelby Weeks to go to first base on this one.
Number 12, Mary Deppy.
What the problem was there is that Supernaw was not running on contact on a ground ball. She was kind of waiting to see what would happen there. She just kind of flinched a little bit. And that's the second out of the inning. Here's a bouncer over to head to the second baseman. Quick throw to first, and that ends it for Saginaw Valley as Deppy is retired. Medina to Lobdell for the final out of the contest. So Saginaw Valley rides a couple of big innings, actually 3 to be exact. 4 in the first, 3 in the fifth, 3 more in the seventh to win game 1 here by the score of 10-4. It's Appold going the distance for the win. Sarah Andrasic, the starter and loser for Grand Valley. We will take a short break here today in Allendale. We expect to be back in about 25 minutes or so. We hope you'll join us for the second game of our GLIAC doubleheader. Once again, the final score in game 1, it's Saginaw Valley 10, Grand Valley 4. Dankeschön. Wow, I knew I should have brought my hat. I knew it, because I knew the sun gets low here. And by the time this game's over, it's going to be right in our...
No, this way. Whoa.
points per GLIAC rule, Grand Valley State will be the visiting team. In game number 2, they will be the visitor on the scoreboard. Saginaw Valley State is the home team in game 2 and will be the Lakers on the scoreboard. Again, Countryside Greenhouse is the official sponsor of Lakers Mother's Day. There's no better place to pick up a gardening gift for mom this year. Countryside Greenhouse, Michigan's premier gardening destination.
We up, Nate? And welcome back to Allendale, Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. Today at Grand Valley State University, it's GLIAC women's softball action. Game 2 set to come your way in just a couple of moments. Saginaw Valley won the first game of this doubleheader as the visiting team by the score of 10-4. Now, by league rule, Grand Valley will be the visiting team for the second contest, so it could be a double dip for the visitors here. That's if Grand Valley plays a little bit better than it did in game 1. The pitchers were touch wild. Sarah Andrazik and Ellie Ballback both hurt by number of walks that they gave up in that first contest. And Saginaw Valley will try to duplicate its game 1 win with another pitcher named Sarah on the mound. This time it's Sarah Vrabel who starts for Saginaw Valley against the freshman right-hander Courtney Reinhold of the Lakers. Reinhold's been really outstanding this year. 11-2, a 1.25 ERA. And in 84 innings, she hasn't been a real strikeout pitcher, the likes of which you might see at this level, with something approaching a strikeout ratio of 1 per inning. She's really only about a half a strikeout per inning, but she has not been very hittable. Opponents batting .215 against her this year. Giving up 67 hits and 22 walks. And so hits plus walks equal 89 in 84 innings. That's pretty good. When you can get down below 1, doesn't matter if it's baseball or softball, you're doing awfully well. As for Sarah Vrabel, 5-5 this year, 4.46 ERA in 64 innings. Opponents are hitting .301 against her. She's given up 45 runs, 41 of which have been earned, although she is a bit more of a strikeout pitcher. 48 strikeouts in 64 innings this year. Grand Valley will change the lineup just ever so slightly for the Lakers here in game 2. Grand Valley's making essentially one player change. Marianne Deppy will not play in the second game. She'll be replaced by Kaylee Reinhardt, who moves from right field to catcher. Chelsea Horvath, who batted for Reinhardt in game 1, will play in right field. And the lineup for Saginaw Valley is pretty much the same with the exception of the pitcher, as Tegan Showman steps in to take the first pitch of the game outside, and that ball was rifled back there pretty hard by Amanda Best. After that pitch misses to Tegan Showman, who was on 3 times in the first game. That ball is inside to Showman for ball 2. Showman walked and got hit twice. She's up to 16. That's a record for Grand Valley this season. And she got the bat in the zone and fouled off a pitch she probably should have let go by. Two and 1 the count on Tegan Showman, the Laker freshman shortstop from Grand Rapids. Batting here against Sarah Vrabel. That pitch is just inside at the letters, but off the plate. 3-1 now, the count. To the leadoff hitter for Grand Valley. The shortstop hitting with an open stance. And that pitch is upstairs, ball 4. And Tegan Showman, well, that's the essence of what a leadoff hitter should be. Somebody who is a hitter, but is more really a leadoff hitter who gets on base somehow to set the table. For Grand Valley now, the left fielder, Kelsey Dominguez. There's a strike. Count even now. Jenna Lenza on deck, the second baseman for Grand Valley. Dominguez playing in left field. Again here. In game 2. Saginaw Valley looking for a bunt. Dominguez squared, or very nearly squared. Watch that one sail high. 2-1 the count on Kelsey Dominguez. Grand Valley trying for a split here in the doubleheader, losing the first game 10-4. Saginaw Valley, the home team, in game 2 per league rule. This is a ball that's going to go to the second for 1. Back to first, not in time. That's nice work by Vrabel, who didn't hesitate, hustled it down to Marcy Medina at second for the force. Showman is retired. It's a fielder's choice. Pitcher to second base. Jenna Lenza bats now with one gone and a runner on. Little hesitation there. I think that pitcher Vrabel might have been confused as to who was going to be covering there. I think she originally wanted to throw it to Shelby Weeks, but Weeks broke on the ball down the left side, so second baseman got to the bag to cover. Here's a shot to left field. It's going to be in for a base hit. Lenza turned on that one. Nicely done by Jenna. The first 3 have reached here for Grand Valley. Kind of the fashion in which Saginaw Valley got started in the first game when they scored 4 runs. Their leadoff hitter got on, was retired on a fielder's choice, and then the next 3 combined to give Saginaw Valley 4 runs with a 3-run homer, the big blow in that frame. This pitch is a little bit low now to Grand Valley's cleanup hitter, Mackenzie Supernaw. Boy, pitcher wanted that one. Felt she was getting squeezed a little bit by the umpire. That ball just off the plate. Count is 2-0 now to Mackenzie Supernaw. Had a pretty good first ball game, Mackenzie did. She was really outstanding in the field at third base. She put a ball in play in the first inning that moved the runners up, and they both scored afterwards. After her ground out, she reached the other 3 times that she batted. That pitch is in at the letters. Supernaw 2 for 4. Also hit into a fielder's choice in that first contest. Well, a little bit of a hole here now for Sarah Vrabel. She's fallen behind 3-1 with 2 on, 1 out in the top of the first inning of game 2 today from Allendale, Michigan on the Grand Valley Sports Network. Tom Cleary with you here for this GLIAC contest. Saginaw wearing the red and white. That ball is outside and the bases are loaded. And now Grand Valley with a real opportunity early. Heather Sperlazzo, another infielder who had a good ball game both in the field and at the bat. Heather in game 1 had a couple of hits. That one is right down the pipe. So Grand Valley threatening here. 3 on, 1 out. Back to the screen. So Vrabel's done the job so far. Quickly moves ahead with a 2-strike count against Heather Sperlazzo. Well, this might help. Pop up. It's going to be caught by the first baseman right by the dugout. Nice play there by Evie Lobdell for out number 2, and it'll be up now to Grand Valley's
Number 11,
Ellie Ballbach, the designated player in this game. She started out in this role in game 1, came on to pitch. Didn't have a sharp performance in the circle for Grand Valley. Let's see if she can get it done with the stick. That's the strike. Little anxious at the plate was Ellie Ballbach. Had a first pitch hit her first time up, but had a couple of strikeouts later. This is in the air to the second baseman and taken by Marcy Medina for out number 3. Grand Valley loads the bases but does not score. Last half of the first coming up. No score between Grand Valley and Saginaw Valley on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
That is the scene on a sun-drenched afternoon here in West Michigan. Grand Valley got a hit, loaded the bases, couldn't score against Sarah Vrabel in the first inning. Grand Valley will put on display their outstanding freshman, Courtney Reinhold, here in game number 2. And she's been most impressive for the Lakers. And Reinhold will be facing Shelby Weeks, Mackenzie Rouse, and Evie Lobdell, the first 3 scheduled. And you know this is a big game for Courtney, who's from Saginaw, pitching against her hometown school. That's a half cut for a strike by Shelby Weeks. In the first contest today, Weeks walked a couple of times, 0 for 2 officially, struck out in that game as well. This is in the air to center field. Lang's tracking back, and she takes it for out number 1. Good play that time by Janae. We talked in the first game about a line drive right at the center fielder. Sometimes very hard to judge, and you don't have much time to make a decision. That time she kind of backed up ever so slightly and was able to glove that one for the opening out. There's Mackenzie Rouse batting. Good pitch right there from Courtney Reinhold. A little bit of a cutter on the outside corner. Big swing. She turned on that inside delivery, pulled it well foul. Mackenzie Rouse in game 1. Was 1 for 3, a double and a walk, scored a run. Sister played briefly in that game as well as a pinch hitter and drew a walk. Count runs to 2-2 now on Mackenzie Rouse with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Saginaw Valley is officially the home team for this game. Can't find that one. It's a foul tip at the plate off the glove of Reinhard. We were here to see Wayne a couple of weeks ago, and this is the same move that Dana Callahan used in that doubleheader. Reinhardt caught the second game after playing in the field the first game, so she's pretty resilient. That pitch is just off the plate. Grand Valley with Supernaw, Showman, Lenza, Sperlazzo on the infield. Dominguez, Janae Langs. That's a foul ball off the foot of the hitter. And also Chelsea Horvath, who played briefly in game one in the outfield today for this second contest. The ball back went quite a long way in relief of Andrasic in game one, so it's important from Grand Valley's standpoint that Courtney Reinhold can eat some innings here for her team. This is on the ground in the hole past a diving Showman for the first hit of the contest for Saginaw Valley. Sharp single by Rouse. And that'll bring up Evie Lobdell.
Number 24, Evie Lobdell.
Chased a bad one that time, fooled completely on that off-speed delivery. That ball was quite a bit up in the zone too. Lobdell decides to bunt. This could be a tough play for Grand Valley. Lenza got over to cover though. Nicely done by Sperlazzo. Grand Valley had a good, solid defensive showing in game one. And they start with a good play there. A little drag bunt by Lobdell trying to bunt for a base hit. She's out. First baseman to the second baseman covering. Here's Marcy Medina with two out, runner in scoring position here for Saginaw, trying for the doubleheader sweep here today against the Lakers. It's a little bit of an off-speed delivery that bounces in. Boy, that was a pitch that you want to take a cut at. As you see it coming in, it's coming up and it got inside, and by the time it got there, it was up in the eyes of Marcy Medina. But it was not a ball she was going to be able to hit in fair territory. Reinhold gets her on a ground ball to first. Sperlazzo picks it up the second time and retires Medina for out number 3. So no runs, a hit, no errors, one left. Second inning coming up, no score between the Lakers and the Cardinals.
Gotta go. I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I'd like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family's gonna be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know. Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
Grand Valley batting in the second inning now. It'll be the lower third. Horvath, Reinhardt, the catcher, and the center fielder, Janae Langs, the first three to face Sarah Vrabel here. This is game 2 of the GLIAC women's softball doubleheader coming your way on the Grand Valley Sports Network today. I'm Tom Cleary with you for the action. Grand Valley's baseball team playing 2 over at Northwood in Midland today. Grand Valley won the first game 12-9, jumped out with, I think, 4 in the first inning of the second game. We'll try to get a updated score for you on that one if you're a Laker baseball fan. Grand Valley will be in action this week playing 4 games at home, and we'll have those contests for you on Saturday and Sunday on the Grand Valley Sports Network. That's a grounder to second, gobbled up there by Medina, whose confidence grows with each ball hit her way. She's played pretty well today for Saginaw Valley. Horvath is out, second to first for the first out of the second inning. Here's Reinhardt now. Right fielder in game 1, catcher now. Oh, she bunted it beautifully, but right back to the pitcher. And there's an out at first base on a nice catch made by the retreating Evie Lobdell. She's over in a little bit of a sun field right now. She had the runner bearing down on her. If Reinhardt gets that one slightly toward third base, she probably beats it out. But instead it was right back to the pitcher, and now that leaves it up to Langs. Langs takes it just on the outside corner, the delayed call for strike 1. It's Raymond Benaway behind the plate here in game 2. Victor Sena down on the base paths. Langs fights that one off. So quickly, an 0-2 hole for the center fielder, Janae Langs, with 2 out in the Grand Valley second. Lakers kind of stunned by the offensive prowess of Saginaw Valley in game 1. 3 big innings, 4, 3, and 3 in the first, 5th, and 7th innings. As Langs hits a little tapper to second. She can bolt down the first baseline, but she can't outrun the arm of Marcy Medina. That's out number 3. Saginaw Valley coming to the plate. Still no score here in game 2.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Second inning, bottom of the second here in Allendale. Saginaw Valley, the home team for game 2. It's Amanda Best, Jessica Wood, and Chelsea Adcock, the first 3 to face Courtney Reinhold, the freshman right-hander from Saginaw. This ball is pulled foul over the Grand Valley dugout. Reinhold's had an outstanding season here in her debut. 11-2 record so far for the freshman right-hander. She's been very dependable. Been no hesitation from Dana Callahan to use her in the second game, and she's really outshone the other pitchers for Grand Valley so far this season. Andrasic was the loser, by the way, in game 1, and her record dropped to 8-6. That ball is on the outside corner, 2-2 now here to the leadoff hitter, Amanda Best, in the bottom of the second inning. Oh, Reinhold with a good off-speed delivery. Reinhardt completes the put out at first base. That was a ball in the dirt. Shows you the strikeout pitch was working well for Reinhold there. Completely fooled the batter, and Best becomes out number 1. Jessica Wood bats now for Saginaw Valley. That's the way to pound the zone if you're Courtney Reinhold. Right down the middle, first pitch fastball. Going to tapper here. Supernaw gathers, fires. Oh, and they get him. What a play. Get her at first base. Sperlazzo. That's the first bad throw we've seen this season from Mackenzie Supernaw. I think she rushed herself a little bit, had more time than she thought. Had to wait a while to get that ball out of her glove. Little nubber, but great dig at first by Heather Sperlazzo for the putout. 2 gone for Saginaw Valley. First pitch swinging. Chelsea Adcock straight back to the screen. Probably the defensive play of the afternoon for Grand Valley. And that pick up at first by Sperlazzo. I thought she might have pulled her foot off the bag, but Victor Sina looked right at it. And quickly it's 0-2 now to Adcock. That's the pitch she got the strikeout with a couple of moments ago. Bounced it up there this time. Outfield slightly toward right for the left-handed hitting Adcock. This is in the air on the right side. Sperlazzo, can she make a play? That is just on top of the dugout. So the count remains 1-2. 10-4 in the first game. Both teams lit it up in the first inning. Saginaw Valley scored 4. Grand Valley came back with 3. Lakers later tied it. But Saginaw Valley scored 3 in the 5th to move ahead for good, and then got a little bit ugly in the final inning when the Cardinals scored 3 more times for a 10-4 victory. 2-2 pitch in the air to center field. Shouldn't be trouble for, well, actually it's not going to get to Langs. It's going to be Jenna Lenzo who backs up onto the grass. That pulls that one down for out number 3. Third inning coming up. Still no score, the Cardinals and the Lakers.
You didn't used to hear much in a library. Well, this is no typical library.
The Mary Ida Pugh Library Learning and Information Commons on the Allendale campus has been receiving praise and acclaim from the moment it opened its doors in 2013.
The design came after watching and listening to students, but it also came with Grand Valley's high standards of design and environmental responsibility. The library just earned the highest level of LEED certification by the U.S. Green Building Council. It was awarded platinum status. This library has energy management features that include underfloor air distribution, super efficient exterior walls, a heat recovery system, and a rainwater-fed irrigation system. These save the environment and operating costs. When the university saves money, it can better manage tuition and other costs to students. Now that should give students in this library something to talk about. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
That's the story here so far. Both teams with a hit in the early going. This is the top of the third in game 2, Saginaw Valley and Grand Valley. Tegan Showman took the first pitch of the frame from Sarah Vrabel for a ball. Tegan Showman takes that one on the outside portion of the plate to even the count. Showman hit twice in the first game, now has been hit by a pitch 16 times this season and seems no worse for the wear. Outstanding first year. I can't tell you where that one bounced, but it was a long way from the plate. Open stance for Tegan. She's going to swing and rip one to left field. That is what she does. She gets on base. Tegan Showman on for the 5th time in 2 games here. And she's done it in just about every conceivable fashion. Just slapped it past the third baseman. Amanda Kynes will thank her lucky stars if she gets out of this doubleheader without any bruises. She's had a couple of balls that have been upon her quickly. Grand Valley shows the bunt. The pitch is way upstairs from Vrabel. And now a crazy throw into center field. Wow. If Showman had thought about it, if she'd been ready when she saw that ball going high, she could have broken and gotten third base, but it had so much juice on it that it was returned to the infield quickly by Mackenzie Rouse. I'm not quite sure what Amanda Best thought she was going to achieve with that one. Saginaw Valley's lucky it didn't cost him a base to put potential first run of the contest on at third. This ball is on the inside portion of the plate to even the count at 1. Kelsey Dominguez batting for the 2nd time. Strike 2. Dominguez has to put this one in play on the right side somewhere. Well, but not like that. Not in the air. That ball is squeezed by Marcy Medina for out number 1.
Second baseman, number 4,
Here's Lenza. Lenza ripped a double that scored a run in the first game. Been a hot player of late. Takes that pitch for strike one. Another opportunity for Grand Valley, which loaded the bases but did not score on the top of the first. Here we are in the third. Here's a ball back up the middle. Wrong-footed the second baseman. Showman's going to try to score. She gets in safely. And it's sort of interesting. The second baseman was breaking back toward the bag. The ball was hit into the spot that she vacated by Lenza. And Grand Valley is on top by the count of 1-0. Pretty interesting play there. I'm not quite sure what was happening there with Medina. But it's a base hit and an RBI. And Grand Valley has the early lead as Mackenzie Supernaw hits a grounder to second. They return it to first. Safe at first. Saginaw Valley nearly turned the double play. Victor Sina made the call. Boy, I thought they were going to get her. An around the horn double play try by Saginaw Valley. Instead it goes as a fielder's choice, and that'll bring up Sperlazzo. Well, it's not going to be a problem this time. Down to third and over to first. Kimes to Lobdell for out number 3. Lakers do some damage, though. They get a couple of hits and a run. We go to the bottom of the third. Grand Valley on top here today on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
All right, 8-9-1. Amanda Kimes, Deanna Stickler-Gaston, and the top of the batting order, Shelby Weeks. The first 3 scheduled against Courtney Reinhold, who is pitching now with the first Grand Valley lead of the day. The Lakers were never ahead in game 1. They came back from a 4-0 deficit to tie it, but then fell behind 7-4 and eventually 10-4. And this is a little tapper. That ball's got to go foul for Grand Valley, and it does. Kimes trying to beat it out on a little nubber down the third baseline. A lot of overspin on that ball, though, and it goes foul for strike 1. Courtney Reinhold has been fantastic this year, trying for her 12th win of this, her inaugural college season. Comes up high with that delivery. It's a foul tip into the glove of Kaylee Reinhardt. And again, that's the swing and miss pitch that Courtney Reinhold seems to have. That ball that's off speed and low in the zone. Up in the air, back over the screen. Count remains 1-2 here on the leadoff hitter. It's Amanda Kimes batting for Saginaw Valley in the home half of the third. Just outside. That's a good pitch from Reinhold. Kimes is either fooled or had a very good eye on that delivery. 2-2 the count. Reinhold working quickly. This is a blast into left center field. It's down for 2 at least. Kimes making the turn. She'll get in with a stand-up double. That ball hit right on the nose by Amanda Kimes. It's the first extra base hit of the ball game for Saginaw Valley, and that brings up Deanna Stickler-Gaston in what would be considered pretty much an obvious bunt situation here for the visitors. Down a run, trying to tie. And we'll all be shocked if this one is not put down on the ground. She swings away, though. How about that? Todd Buckingham figuring, what the heck? Let's go for the big inning here. I'm not so sure she still isn't going to bunt. She thought about it that time, squared, kind of gave herself away. And that ball was just off the plate, lucky for her. 1-1 the count with Shelby Weeks on deck. Supernaw is in a step. Sperlazzo cheating as well. This is right down through the legs of Sperlazzo. It will not be enough to score the run. Let's see how Grand Valley plays it. And they don't play it very well. The throw should have come into second base, but instead, the left fielder for Grand Valley, Dominguez, threw it into third, and the hitter, Stickler Gaston, just kept right on going. So give her a two-base hit. Well, you might call that a single and gone to second on the throw to third, but I see no reason why he wouldn't be generous in that case, even though it was a double that only moved up a runner one base. So I suppose in that case, you can't really call it a two-base hit, but runners at second and third now with nobody out. And here is big trouble for Grand Valley with Weeks at the plate. Weeks takes it up high. Wonder if Grand Valley might put a play on, because Stickler Gaston was about 15 or 20 feet off the base at second, obviously not going anywhere with a runner at third. Saginaw Valley had a player called out for leaving the base before delivery earlier. This is bunted foul. The squeeze was on, and all it took was some execution. And Saginaw Valley couldn't put that ball down in fair territory. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried again. Let's see if Sperlazzo is cheating in and is able to make a play like that. I don't know that they would do it twice with a good hitter. I don't think they're going to. And it's a swinging foul for strike two. So Courtney Reinhold would like to dial up a dark one right here and get this player on strikes. It's not going to be easy, though. The shortstop, Shelby Weeks, takes it outside off speed. Grand Valley would certainly trade a run for an out in this situation. I think they're a little bit more concerned about the runner at second than they are the runner at third here. Reinhold. Ooh, great pitch. Kaylee Reinhardt turned to talk to the umpire and ask, was that one low or was it outside? And I think that Raymond Benaway said yes. Take your pick, one of the two. And that's ball four up high. Boy, Grand Valley thought they had her struck out on the pitch before that. And instead, it's a bases loaded situation now.
Number 22, Mackenzie Rouse.
For Mackenzie Rouse. Saginaw Valley bidding for a doubleheader sweep here, which you wouldn't have predicted based on the records coming in. Saginaw Valley 6-4, Grand Valley 12-3. And Courtney Reinhold has to really get dialed in here, and she just can't become a pitching machine out there. She's got to find a way to throw a strike and make sure the ball gets put in play. And that's going to work. Fouled down the left field line. Evie Lobdell on deck, dangerous left-handed hitter. So this is a must-get-out situation for Grand Valley. And again, no casual there from the freshman. 2-1 the count. That is slapped, fair ball, and this should score three. Down the right field line, Grand Valley tries hard to get it in. They're not going to have a play there, and they don't throw it to third. It's a bases-loaded triple. And Rouse has broken this game open with three for Saginaw Valley. A three-run triple for Saginaw Valley as they take a two-run lead. That ball was fair by about 8 or 10 inches down the right field line. And the news here for Saginaw Valley is they're not done yet, not by a long shot. Runner at third with nobody out. You can just about put this one on the board with the 3, 4, and 5 hitters due next. Jen Maxson talks it over with the freshman pitcher. Really not a bad job of pitching by Reinhold there. Threw a good fastball, and Good bit of hitting by Mackenzie Rouse, but good fortune too, that ball just landing fair. Here's Evie Lobdell with Saginaw Valley leading by 2 here against Reinhold. Well, you don't have much choice here. You just got to go get her. Nobody out. You just got to start counting outs, even if you give up one more run. This is not going to be an out, I don't think. Janae Langs, what a catch! Let's see if Grand Valley appeals here at third. The runner was holding. What a great diving catch by Langs. Grand Valley's going to appeal whether or not the runner left too soon. I think it's marginal. Nope. The run scores on the sacrifice fly. And I will say that Mackenzie Rouse was listening to her coach. She was right there. She didn't break when the ball was hit. And so she was able to time it just perfectly. And there was really no reason to even take a chance because Langs left her feet to make the catch. So the sacrifice fly by Lobdell makes it a 4-1 ball game, which is similar to the deficit Grand Valley faced early on. This is Marcy Medina batting now. Base is finally cleared, but everybody who's been on base this inning has scored for Saginaw Valley. Cardinals won the first game 10-4. They lead 4-1 here in the second. This ball is kind of spooned down the right field line. Not a very good pitch and not much of a swing either for Medina. 0-2 the count, 1 gone. I don't think Reinhold's seen very many situations this year where she's had this kind of early trouble. Kind of cruised through the first 2, but got in trouble here in the third. That ball is fouled back, and they did it with hitting, really. Double by Kimes, a single by Stickler-Gaston. Stickler-Gatson's hit made it second and third with nobody out. Shelby Weeks then reached on a walk, and Mackenzie Rouse with a 3-base hit, followed by a sacrifice fly for 4 runs. 2-2 now. Grand Valley's got ball back, I think, up in the bullpen again, warming up. She saw some action in the first game. And Courtney Reinhold's got to just erase her memory of this inning right now. Forget about the runs that are up there and just start getting some outs. She might be able to do it here. Super knob, big bounce, throw across in time to retire Marcy Medina. So Amanda Best bats next with 2 gone, nobody on. And we have a little discussion here now between the umpires. I don't think much is going to come of this one. I think it was prompted by something Todd Buckingham said to the plate umpire. And you look at Victor Sena down there at first. He seems to be peering into the dugout for Saginaw Valley. A couple of balls loose on the field. They'll take care of that. Well, I guess we won't take care of that. The pockets are full of Raymond Benaway, so he throws them back toward the dugout, so you guys hold them for a while. Breaking pitch outside. It's Amanda Bast batting. Count goes even, that ball out of play. Jessica Wood on deck. Lakers took a 1-0 lead. It didn't last long. A bases loaded triple and a sacrifice fly and a line drive to center field, producing 4 runs here this inning. 1-2 now with 2 gone. Amanda Best struck out to lead off the second inning. She is the only strikeout victim of the game so far for Saginaw Valley. Two and 2. It's a little nubber. The pitcher's play, going to have to hurry. Oh, nice work again by Heather Sperlazzo. Reached down and got a bucket of dirt, but she also made the catch. And out by a half a step is Amanda Best. But it's a big inning for Saginaw Valley. They score 4. We go to the top of the 4th inning. It's the Lakers trailing by 3 on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Well, Grand Valley in a hole again here as we go to the top of the 4th inning. And keep in mind that the Lakers here are the visiting team for game 2. Here's Ballback stepping up. This is a shot up the middle, under the glove of the shortstop, Shelby Weeks. That's the second hit of the doubleheader for Ellie Ballbach, who pitched in relief of game 1, designated player in game 2. Here is Chelsea Horvath, who grounded out to second in her first at bat. They're going to run now for Ballbach. And coming into the ball game for Grand Valley will be Megan Downey, the sophomore. I'm sure Ballbach will continue on in the contest. This is not a deep Grand Valley team in terms of pitchers. In fact, if you look at their roster, they only list really 4 pitchers on the team, which is a touch surprising. The big 3 do most of the work. This ball is fouled straight back. Good cut that time by Chelsea Horvath. Grand Valley would like to get some people on the base here, onto the bases, and score some runs. Chelsea Horvath squared as if the bunt didn't offer. That pitch hung inside. 1-1 the count. Kaylee Reinhardt will bat next. Bottom portion of the batting order for the Lakers here in inning number 4. They're still expecting a bunt. Grand Valley still thinking about it. And again, the bat drawn back nicely by Horvath on an inside delivery. 2-1. That is outside for a 3-1 count now on Chelsea Horvath. Again, showing bunt in this situation. Grand Valley indicating that they're willing to fight back 1 run at a time. Well, not a good pitch to bunt at. I think that was ball 4. It was low in the zone and it was fouled back. Vrabel gets a gift that time from Horvath. The count goes to 3-2 with nobody out here. And now Chelsea Horvath is probably going to have to swing and put one in play. And she does to short. Shortstop makes the play at second. Return throw to first, not in time. That's nice work done by Weeks, though. They get the lead runner on the fielder's choice. Shortstop to the second baseman covering.
The catcher, number 6, Kaylee Reiner.
Reiner bats next. She's catching in game 2. Tried to bunt her way out of the first game. Made a pretty good bunt, but bunted back to the pitcher. That is a strike. Kaylee Reinhardt with Langs on deck. This game marching right along. Boy, she had a good swing at that one, but she pulled it foul. This one's going to get just out of play. Everybody on the left side converging on that ball that landed in the Grand Valley bullpen. It's 0-2 now to Reinhardt with a runner on, 1 out. Grand Valley down 3 here. Lakers came in 12-3 in league play, but Saginaw Valley has been the better team almost from the outset. Good swing that time, fouled past Dana Callahan down to the third base coach's box. Quick bat though for Kaylee Reinhardt. Trying to fight back in this count. This is in the air to center field. Shouldn't be hard. Tracking over to make the play is Mackenzie Rouse for out number 2. Played that one well. Reinhardt made a bid for an extra base hit. And here's Langs batting with 2 out. Well, you wouldn't say that Vrabel is fooling Grand Valley so far. She has not yet recorded a strikeout in the contest, but she's getting the outs nonetheless. Pitch is up to Janae Langs. Number 9 hitter for the Lakers, trying to get something going with 2 out and runner aboard. Grand Valley get the leadoff hitter on, Ballbach, but she was retired on a fielder's choice, and now it's the pinch runner down at first base. That is on the outside corner to Janae Langs for a 1-2 count. Megan Downey is down at first base right now, running for Ballbach. Langs, line drive to shortstop, gloved by Weeks for out number 3. So Grand Valley keeps putting balls in play, but they just can't get them on the ground. We go to the last half of the 4th inning. It's Saginaw Valley 4, Grand Valley 1.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me, or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. The doctor.
Well, it's Courtney Reinhold's job now to hold Saginaw Valley in. And after being staked to a 1-0 lead, she wasn't able to do that in the 3rd inning when Saginaw Valley had that big blow, a bases-loaded triple that scored 3 and then added another run. Jessica Wood leading off in the 4th inning. Adcock and Kimes to follow for the Cardinals here today on the Grand Valley Sports Network. This is a little tapper that Showman's going to scoop up on the big bounce, guns it across in time for out number 1. And even though Grand Valley didn't win the first game and may not win this one, you'd have to say that it's just been one of those things where the other team's been better. Grand Valley has not really given it away, except for the fact that the pitchers in game 1 had some trouble finding the plate and gave up more walks than Dana Callahan would have been pleased with. But defensively, the Lakers have been okay. They've been sharp. Actually, they've had a few more problems in this game with plays in the field, not necessarily errors, but on a base hit to left field, Dominguez threw one into third base trying to hold the runner, and the runner that was going from first to second was able to cruise in easily. They gave up the extra base there, and they might have had a chance at third. Showman, nice pickup by Tegan Showman, and guns out Adcock for the second out. Really an impressive freshman player is Tegan Showman. I like the way she plays the ball in a positive fashion. She's moving toward the ball when she gets it. And something you don't always see in young players today. A lot of today's game is staying back, counting on your arm, but I'd like to see a shortstop especially who's charging that ball. And Showman does that as often as not. 2 gone here in the 4th. Kimes the batter. 2-0 now with Courtney Reinhold on the mound after giving up 4 in the third. She's maybe one pitch away from having a bounce-back inning here for the Lakers. That is going to do it right there. Down to Lenza. Oh, it's a bad hop. Tough break. And there's the value of charging the ball. I'm not sure that Lenza could have gotten to that one on the charge, but that part of the base path right there is when we've seen a couple of uneven bounces. So it's officially an error on Lenza that allows Kimes to reach. Had she been able to get in on that ball, though, she might have gotten it on the big bounce. That's why you like to see people charge, especially in this game where you see spin on the ball, the bigger ball, a lot more often than you do in baseball. Just an unfortunate bounce that time for Grand Valley. This ball is hit right to Sperlazzo. A little flip up into the air, and Heather takes it in her glove on the fly for the third out. So no runs, no hits, an error, 1 left. 5th inning coming up. Grand Valley still trailing by 3 here on the Grand Valley Sports Network.
4, Grand Valley State 1.
Gotta go. I'd like to welcome you to our basement. I'd like to read a brief statement. We, the Hubacher family, are pleased to announce today that we've acquired the following players: Buster Posey, Mike Trout, Yadier Molina, Bryce Harper, Derek Jeter, and Miguel Cabrera. We believe that this demonstrates, once again, our family's unwavering commitment to assemble the very best team in this neighborhood.
Mr. Hubacher, you've really upped the ante here. How do you expect the other families in the neighborhood to respond?
Well, the Harris family is going to be none too pleased.
Word is the Harrises are putting together quite a team of their own. Any concerns?
Under Cliff Harris's mismanagement, they already used up all their wall space with a bunch of paintings. I mean, really, come on.
Dad.
I know.
All right, next question.
Start building your own dream team at fathead.com.
Well, leading off for the third time here in Game 2 is Tegan Shulman, the Grand Valley shortstop. Been pretty impressive in this one. She's reached twice, scored the only Grand Valley run. Falls behind 0-1 in the count. Just talked to DJ Foster of the Grand Valley Sports Information Office. The new regional rankings have come out for softball. It will be of little consolation to Grand Valley that they are currently ranked 3rd, but not likely to hang on to that spot next week if they don't find a way to reverse the outcome of this ball game. Sarah Vrabel continuing on the mound. Shulman takes it up high, and you just have to be so impressed with this young player. She makes pitchers work. She puts the ball in play. She can run. Plays her position very, very well. Shulman on twice, scored the run for Grand Valley, looking to do so again. And that pitch is up in the zone again. It goes to 3-1 on Tegan Shulman. I'll tell you, somebody who would love this player is Jamie Detillion, the Grand Valley baseball coach, who talks so much about having good hitters, and then you have to have a good leadoff hitter. That's a different deal. That's outside, and Tegan is on again. Grand Valley's got a pretty good leadoff hitter of their own, and Mike Navratowski, a 4-year regular. He had some problems last year of his own, and his coach said Mike was trying too hard to hit the ball too hard and too far, and it kind of ate him up for a while. He finally got straightened around, started bunting the ball, using the field, and he's up having a 300-plus season again this year. That's a swinging strike from Kelsey Dominguez. Shulman's been on 6 times and 7 at-bats today, so you can't fault her production from that #1 spot in the batting order. That pitch sails inside from Vrabel. Nice work by Kelsey to get out of the way. Saginaw Valley still thinking bunt here. Kelsey Dominguez has to find a way to get on base. She does bunt it, but it's foul. And I think in this situation, when you've got the corner infielders playing in, you can hope to bunt for a base hit, but really what your coach is hoping is that you remove the runner up first and foremost. And you got to commit to giving yourself up sometimes in that situation. That pitch is up high to Kelsey Dominguez, 2-2. It's a little bit different motion when you're trying to bunt for a base hit or you're just trying to sacrifice. Sacrificing generally isn't that hard to do. Bunting for a base hit is very hard to do. This is in the air toward right. Shulman's going to have to hurry up and get back. She does. It's handled out there in right field by Chelsea Adcock for the first out. Right field's kind of the sun field right now, but that wasn't really problematic. Hit more on a line by Dominguez. Strike at the letters on Jenna Lenza. Singled back in the first inning. Grand Valley had 3 on, could not score. That's outside. Saginaw Valley concerned about Shulman, but we haven't seen anybody even attempt to steal here today in this contest. A little bit more difficult to do against good catchers in college softball. This is a line drive to left field for a base hit. Lenza put a great stroke on that one. And the sophomore from Orland Hills, Illinois, has her second base hit of the ball game, and Grand Valley might be in business here. 2 on, 1 out for Mackenzie Supernaw. And if Mackenzie can be truly super here with one swing of the bat, she might be able to level this game. Power hitting third baseman at the plate. Ooh, almost got her on the shirt that time. Mackenzie just pulled out of the way. Grand Valley with 2 on, 1 out here. Great opportunity in the 5th inning to climb back in. This is straight back. Will it stay in play? You heard it. It didn't. Right down in front of our broadcast booth. Count even at 1. 2 on for the Lakers. Supernaw looking to do something special. Boy, I give the pitcher a lot of credit. We haven't seen strikeouts from Vrabel, but she is still challenged inside to a number of these right-handed hitters. And now some problems maybe for Sarah Vrabel. 3-1. She's got to come in. It's a good hitter on deck, and Sperlazzo, who's had a pretty good afternoon. But I think you're going to see the green light here for Supernaw on this pitch. And she's got it in a little pop-up in foul territory that's speared by Kimes. Oh, she had the pitch she wanted and just missed it. So nice play by the third baseman.
Number 25, Heather Sperlazzo.
So now it's the first baseman for the Lakers, Sperlazzo, with what might be one of the last good chances here for Grand Valley this afternoon. 5th inning, this is the meat of the batting order. Only 2 more attempts coming up for the Lakers, and Sperlazzo's got to make it happen. That ball is down in the zone for ball 1. Vrabel continuing to work quickly. Nobody working in either bullpen for these 2 teams in game 2. Fastball outside, 2-0, and that ball almost thrown into center field. Well, I've noticed here today that the catcher, Amanda Best, likes to gun it back to the pitcher. The downside to that is if you miss her glove, it's going to go for a while. This is fouled back. Good cut that time by Heather Sperlazzo on the 2-0 pitch. Grand Valley has to stay aggressive here. Somebody could run into one right now. Grand Valley would have a chance to maybe get even in this doubleheader, having lost the first game 10-4. Just missing is Sarah Vrabel outside, 3-1. So again, the hitters count. And I'm thinking, the pitcher's probably thinking, well, I don't want to make it too good here, but she's got a lefty hitter with power coming up next. So got to make a pitch. This is lined off the glove of the second baseman. This will load the bases. Well, I thought Medina might make that play, but it just a little bit of a in-between hop right before it got to her glove. And as a result, Grand Valley has loaded the bases. Have to wait and see how the scorers call that one. Sperlazzo hit a rope. Here's ball back with a chance. And that is upstairs to Ellie for ball 1. Bases loaded with Lakers. 2 gone here in the 5th. Ball back could put it all right. And Ball cut in on her. You don't see that pitch very often to a lefty. It's kind of a ball that's coming into her wheelhouse a little bit. More effective pitch against a right-hander, but got it in under the hands of Ellie Ballback. In the air, this is going to be easy in center field. Mackenzie Rouse is camping and puts it away for out number 3. So for the second time today, Grand Valley loads the bases but fails to score. And as we go to the last of the 5th, Saginaw Valley 4, Grand Valley 1.
If you sign up for DirecTV's latest deal, prepare to be blindsided. Because they'll double your rate before you know it. And you'll find you're locked into a 2-year contract that could cost you over $3,000. That's why the smart choice is Xfinity. You can see all the best action in football all season long, with no surprises. Don't get blindsided by DirecTV. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
It will be the top of the batting order here for Saginaw Valley and head coach Todd Buckingham to begin the 5th inning. 4-1 lead for Saginaw Valley as the Cardinals go for a sweep. Won the first game with a big first inning and a couple of other innings where they scored 3 runs for a total of 10 in a 10-4 win. Today, Grand Valley got the early lead, scoring in the 3rd, but then Saginaw Valley with its second 4-run inning of the day in the 3rd inning. And the big blow of this contest so far was a triple with the bases loaded by Mackenzie Rouse that turned a 1-0 deficit into a 3-1 Saginaw Valley lead. Rouse then later scored on a sacrifice fly. And that's where we're at right now. Grand Valley got its only run back in the 3rd inning for the freshman Courtney Reinhold as Tegan Showman scored. But Reinhold couldn't consolidate that lead. In the 4th inning, Reinhold ran into some problems, and it was basically base hits, 3 extra base hits in that frame. And Saginaw Valley took the lead. Here is Weeks batting for the 3rd time. Scored a run in the 4-run 3rd inning. Walked her last at bat. 0 for 1 officially. That is back out of play. Might land right on our roof. Oh, well, caught the net and then the roof. There, you can hear that one rattling around somewhere. This is in the air on the right side. Jenna Lenza takes care of that, no issue whatsoever for out number 1. Soft pop-up off the bat of Shelby Weeks. And here is Rouse, the hitting hero. 2 hits in this contest, a single and a triple, 3 RBIs, and a run scored. Tapper, Supernaw, gonna get it, gonna unwind and crank it over to first to get Mackenzie Rouse for out number 2. Been very impressed with Supernaw today. She's had 1 ball when she was charging go through her legs. And she was kind of caught in between on 1 play, but she has otherwise been flawless at third base, and she's made a couple of outstanding plays. Made a diving catch of a line drive. Here is Evie Lobdell batting for the 3rd time, 0 for 1, a ground out and a sacrifice in this contest. Batting from the left side, 2 gone, took the first pitch for the strike, and then that one sails high for ball 1. Nicely turned on fastball that time, but the ball was running in on her a little bit. She couldn't keep it fair. 1-2 the count. Grand Valley trying to get a couple of more opportunities here in their last at-bats to maybe tie this one up, force extra innings. This is in the air toward the gap in right center. It's going to drop in front of Horvath for a base hit. So Lobdell with a little flare into short right field. And that'll bring up Marcy Medina. Got a pinch runner now for Lobdell.
11-24. Running at first base.
It's Danielle Hamilton.
Number 11, Danielle Hamilton.
Who's on to run now. And this is Marcy Medina, who taps it to Supernaw, has the bounce, guns it across to first for out number 3. So Supernaw continues to shine in the field. Let's see if Grand Valley can get some offense going. 6th inning here, Lakers down 4-1.
Heading to the 6th inning, Saginaw Valley State 4, Grand Valley State 1.
Grand Valley's commitment to a diverse and inclusive campus has been recognized by the country's oldest and largest diversity-focused publication for higher education. Insight into Diversity awarded Grand Valley the 2014 Higher Education Excellence in Diversity Award. The honor is based on an institution's diversity and inclusion initiatives and the ability to embrace a broad definition of diversity on campus.
Having an environment where we're inclusive, not just in our student body, but also in our practices and employment practices in the classroom, we enhance the educational experience for all of our students.
The university once again broke enrollment records this fall for minority and international students.
The focused attention on inclusion means Grand Valley graduates are capably entering a global workforce where they are making a difference. For Around Grand Valley, I'm Mary Eileen Lyon.
Well, not many chances remaining here for Grand Valley in this contest. It's the lower third that'll be called upon to try to get something going here in the top half of the 6th inning. Grand Valley has scored just once in this contest. Trails it by the score of 4-1. Chelsea Horvath, Kaylee Reinhardt, the catcher, and Janae Langs. Hit her 7, 8, and 9 to lead off against Sarah Vrabel, who has gotten the outs when she's needed to. That's a strike on the first pitch on a breaking ball. Horvath trying for her first hit in this game. She reached on a fielder's choice her last at bat. 0 for 2 officially, and 0 and 2 here on the count to start the 6th. That is hit, just fouled on the third baseline. That one brought up some chalk on the way down toward left field and might have just squeezed past the third baseman, Amanda Kynes, had it stayed in fair territory. She was off the bag slightly, moves over now. Still 0-2 here. This is a little looper that's going to fall in for a base hit. Barely made it to the outfield grass, but perfectly placed over the head of the first baseman. We saw the hustling Medina try to get over there and maybe make a play on that one, but Horvath scratches out a base knock as Grand Valley gets started here in the 6th inning. This is Reinhardt. I would think this might be a bunting situation for Grand Valley here. Reinhardt is swinging, hits it in the hole. They're going to try to go to second for a force. Out at second base on a close play. Pretty nervy there by the second baseman, Medina. Barely got Horvath. Turns out in the end to be a great play. With a 3-run lead, that's not one you would have necessarily advised. I mean, it's great when it works, but if it doesn't work there, and it just barely did, Grand Valley's got 2 on, nobody out, and the tying run at the plate. But in the end, it worked out just fine. Langs thought about bunting, fouled it back for strike 1. I think you get at this point in the ball game, 6 outs remaining, 3-run lead. You'd probably trade a base for an out. Kind of an anxious moment for Todd Buckingham, but it worked. And it worked because he's got 2 good players there in the middle of the infield. Medina and Weeks made that happen. Langs is going to bunt it this time. That's a good bunt by Langs. She gets there and beats it out. That is some speed right there. That ball had a little spin which prevented it from going right out to the pitcher. It was pretty much bunted right back toward the mound. Little backspin on this one, though, and it took one extra step for the pitcher to get there. Let's see it. Yeah, she's there. No doubt about it. It's a base hit for Janae Langs. 2 on now for the Lakers. 1 out. And here is Showman, who's been getting on base pretty regularly. Not a player that you'd expect to go deep. Tegan Showman. Although, it is worth pointing out, she does have 2 home runs this year. Base hit would do nicely, and that's off the plate to Showman, and she has made an impression, I'm sure, on these pitchers from Saginaw Valley, because neither Appold or Vrabel have had much luck against her. That is up in the zone. That's a great eye by Tegan Showman. Again, she knows what Grand Valley needs right now are people on the bases. 2-0 the count. 2 pretty good runners on for the Lakers right now. Chance for a big inning, perhaps. This is back to the mound. This could be 2. Oh, the third baseman came off the bag, which helped Grand Valley. It was the right play, I think, by the pitcher to throw to third for the force out. Showman on the fielder's choice is safe at first, but on a bang-bang play, well, probably with Showman running, they weren't going to get a double play, but with a great throw to third, they might have made it interesting. Instead, Kimes came off the bag and then just made sure that she made the tag on the runner coming in. This is Dominguez taking it for strike 1. Still a chance here for the Lakers. They've got the meat of their order coming up next. If Kelsey Dominguez can get a base hit and keep this rally alive. Fouls that one back off the screen onto the netting. That one's not coming back. It does indeed fall through a little hole there right in front of our cameraman, James Batens, who's down there. Hoping not to get hit by foul balls that are supposed to be on the screen. That is outside. 1-2 now to Kelsey Dominguez. Grand Valley in desperate need of a hit or another base runner. Something that would get Lenza to the plate. This is into center field. A line drive right at Mackenzie Rouse, and that is out number 3. So Grand Valley hitting in some hard luck right now. Last of the 6 coming up. Grand Valley threatens but does not score. Still 4-1 Saginaw.
For about the past 7 months, Ellie's been running really high fevers, anywhere from 101 to 105. I really appreciated that when Ellie was going through a lot of her health problems that Dr. Duttler called me personally.
I think it's important for parents to know that we really care about these kids just as we would care for our own children. Access to health is really an important part of being a medical home in primary care. So we do allow our patients to make same-day appointments whenever possible. They can email me or they can call.
Ellie really likes going to see Dr. Duttler. Doctor.
Amanda Bass, Jessica Wood, Chelsea Adcock, hitters 5, 6, and 7 for Saginaw Valley against Courtney Reinhold, who's only been scored upon in 1 inning today, but it was a big one. 4 runs in the third, highlighted by Mackenzie Rouse's 3-run triple. And that's how Saginaw Valley got to this point. Grand Valley has just not been able to break the log jam against Sarah Vrabel. Grand Valley has not struck out in this contest, and they've hit some balls hard, but they've stranded 3 in 2 innings, and they stranded 2 in the last inning when they had a chance perhaps to draw even. This is on the ground. Showman, what a play that is. And a nice scoop up again. No, what do they say? That ball was fielded cleanly, and it was there ahead of the runner. And Dana Callahan's going to come over and talk about it. I don't know what they're calling here because Victor Sena made the call. Showman picks it up, hustles it over. Let's see if we've got it. She actually caught that barehanded. That's an out. Now they'll get a pinch runner on, but that one pretty clearly, it was a bang-bang play. And Sperlazzo, who's just shown great hands. Let's take a look again and see if we can slow it down. Ball bounces, but Sperlazzo, yeah. The leg is still extended, the knee's not bent. Yeah, I think the umpire wanted to call that an out, and then when he saw the ball bounce, he was a little maybe taken aback by it, and should have been an out though, but best is aboard. They're going to call that officially, I think. It's got to be ruled an infield hit. So Grand Valley has to fight through that. They've got some good hitters coming up to start the 7th inning. Cannot afford to get any farther behind right now, though. Jessica Wood batting. Grand Valley expecting a bunt here. This is where Reinhold has to pound the zone, though. She doesn't want to. Well, scoreboard says 1-2. I thought that ball was ruled a ball. This is a line drive back up the middle. So Grand Valley got a tough call, and now Saginaw Valley on the verge of making them pay for it. Solid base hit by Jessica Wood after the dubious decision for Grand Valley at first base, the previous hitter. We're going to get a pinch hitter now for Adcock. And the new player on for Saginaw Valley is going to be Mally Hall, the senior from Chicago, an infielder, who's going to bat for the first time here this afternoon.
14, Mally Hall.
Strong, powerful looking right-handed hitter. That's on the, just off the edge for ball 1. Well, Grand Valley got a bad break to start this inning, but they've got to play over it to have any kind of chance in the 7th against Sarah Vrabel. That's a swing and a miss at a high fastball. Courtney Reinhold would like to keep the runners anchored here for a batter or two, if at all possible. But to do that, she's going to have to throw strikes. 2-1 the count. That is on the outside edge. Home plate umpire Raymond Benaway had a long look at that one and then went up with the right hand. 2-2 the count. I don't like that pitch. I'd rather see Courtney Reinhold challenge there, and she made it easy for the hitter. Missed the plate by about a foot. Boy, you hurt your own cause when you're a pitcher. In that situation, you've got somebody coming into the game cold, hasn't played all day, and really, I'd say 5 of the 6 pitches in that count missed the zone. One of them, the pinch hitter swung at, but draws a walk, does Mally Hall. And now Grand Valley in a very deep and dark hole right here.
16 for 12.
They're going to get a pinch runner down at second base. Wood is going to go out. Taylor Gordon, freshman from East Lansing, comes in. And if you're the Grand Valley infield right now, you almost have to be shaking hands with this hitter. It's Amanda Kimes. And they've got a pinch runner at third here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the squeeze in this situation. Swinging strike. The pinch runner at third is Claire Coops Meski, the sophomore from Alpena, who came in a similar situation in game 1 and scored a run late on. I got to believe they might be bunting here. That is just outside. So if they're thinking about bunting, if you're Reinhold, you got to come up and I think in. Make it difficult for that ball to be bunted. This is a little flopper down the right field line that's going to score some runs. It'll get it at least one, but that's all. Boy, oh boy, that was about a 75-foot hit that had just nothing on it. Kimes with a little bleeder over the head of the first baseman. Beyond Lenza. We'll see it again. Outside delivery and not even to the outfield grass. 5-1 the score now. And Saginaw Valley in the mood for a lot more.
15 for 4.
So the bases remain loaded. Here's Deanna Stickler-Gatson. Well, she was actually scheduled to hit here, but she's going to be pinch hit for by Carrie Knight, the senior from Walled Lake. tall right-handed hitter with some power.
Pinch hitting for Saginaw Valley State.
Todd Buckingham going for the shot that could end this one effectively. Gapper here would score 2, maybe 3, and it would be beyond Grand Valley's reach in all likelihood after that. This is to second. They may come home for one. They'll no. Oh, they get the out at the plate. But I thought the catcher Reinhardt came off the plate. And if we see the replay on this, I think you're going to see that Todd Buckingham's got a very good case. Is he going to ask for help? Well, the base umpire wasn't really in position to see it. It'll be Nicole Romaine batting here. It's a fielder's choice on the ball hit by Carrie Knight. Grand Valley may be beyond helping them now, but they got a break there. Out at the plate was the runner. There's a ball that better go foul for Grand Valley, and it does down the third baseline. Todd Buckingham is pretty much emptying the bench here. He's had a couple of pinch runners, couple of pinch hitters this inning, and right now it's Nicole Romaine, senior catcher, transfer from Albion, batting in this situation. Got a good swing at that one. Hit it foul. It would be pretty miraculous if Grand Valley were to get out of this one without much more damage being done. 1 run in. They got a break on the play at the plate. A ball that was thrown by Lenza to the plate, it bounced, and I thought that Reinhardt was pulled off the plate. Todd Buckingham made a token protest. This is on the ground to short, booted. Everybody's going to be safe. Tegan Showman tried to tag the bag, but really didn't have a good grip on the ball. I don't really know what you say about this particular play because the shortstop's playing in so closely. I suppose it's an error. It's a ball she probably should have had. I think her head pulled up a little bit. Yeah, definitely E6 there. Saginaw Valley has scored another run to make it 6-1. And Grand Valley is going to make a pitching change. And this is going to be ball back coming out for the second time today to face the player who's had the big knock of the ball game. It's Mackenzie Rouse stepping in with 1 out and the bases still loaded. Well, it could have been a spectacular play by Showman. I think she was thinking double play all the way there, but she just pulled out of that play a little bit early, got her head up, didn't handle it well, then tried to stab the bag for a force out. Wouldn't have prevented a run from scoring, but would have helped the cause in general. Instead, everybody's safe, and here is Mackenzie Rouse, who can put the icing on the Saginaw Valley cake here this afternoon.
Now in the pitch for Grand Valley State is number 11, Ellie Ballbach.
I have to say this about Ballbach. When she came in the first game, she did not have control or command at the outset. She can't afford that now. Mackenzie Rouse is dialed in, no doubt about it. That's on the outside corner to Mackenzie for strike 1. I don't think this is a player that you want to let get after that outside pitch. She'll take it the other way. Probably have to try to bust her inside if you can. Oh, swung through a changeup that time. Nice work by Ellie Ballbach. In this situation, number 1 priority is a strikeout or maybe a pop-up. And Ballbach is 2/3 of the way there against a hitter that Grand Valley has not gotten out very well here today. 0-2. Hit the catcher's glove. Reinhardt was set up outside. 2 runs for Saginaw Valley here in the 6th. Very similar to game 1. They had a lead and then added some insurance toward the end. They're doing the same thing right now, and this is going to go foul. That was off the end of the bat. Foul territory down the left field line. Looking ahead for Grand Valley in the top of the 7th. They've got some people up who could do some damage, but they're down 5 now instead of 3. And you may recall that this inning all started with a disputed call at first base, which really opened the door for a big Saginaw Valley inning. Ground ball that was hit to shortstop. Showman threw it across to first. It looked like a certain out, but the ball was in the dirt. Sperlazzo made a good pickup, but Victor Sena called the hitter safe. This is a ground ball off Showman's chest. Another run's going to score there. She was obstructed just a touch by the runner going from second to third, but again, late in the day, surface a little bit uneven. I think that ball may have come up on Teagan just a touch. It's her second error of the inning. Yeah, it was just one of those spinners, and that's why you have to charge the ball, because that second hop can be very, very difficult to deal with. I don't think Showman could have done anything any differently. She just didn't anticipate the spin on that ball. Had a lot of overspin on it. And the second bounce came up, hit her in the abdomen. Another run in, it's 7-1. Oh, and 2 here to Evie Lobdell. Base is still full. Grand Valley still playing tight on the infield, and that makes a good hitter a great hitter. And this is a ball to right field. Horvath going to bring it home to the plate. Not going to be in time to get the runner coming from third, and really nothing Reinhardt could do there. A sacrifice fly by Lobdell. 8-1 now. And with 2 out, the 9th hitter of the inning, Marcy Medina, comes up to bat with 2 runners now in scoring position at second and third. So unless a miracle occurs, Grand Valley is going to have to deal with a pretty disappointing doubleheader sweep here today against Saginaw Valley, beaten handily in the first game 10-1 and getting trounced here in the nightcap 8-1. Saginaw Valley's just been the better team. They've done some real good things offensively like that, which should score 2 more. Langs can't pick it up cleanly. And Saginaw Valley has blown the doors off this one, and that's going to do it. It's an 11-1 lead. The 10-run rule is in effect, and effectively that ends the contest. So Saginaw Valley adding insult to injury with a mercy rule victory over Grand Valley in Game 2 after winning the first contest 10-4. The players knew it immediately. The fans had to cotton to it after it occurred. And for Grand Valley, well, just one of those afternoons where the ball didn't bounce right for you. And Saginaw Valley, a well-deserved doubleheader sweep. So, despite coming into the day with a number 3 regional ranking, the Lakers are toppled twice here today by their rivals from Saginaw. The Cardinals win 2. In Game 1, it's 10-4. In Game 2, 11-1. That'll wrap it up for us. For Bill Cuppy and our broadcast crew, I'm Tom Cleary. Want to remind you to join us both Saturday and Sunday. Saturday at 11, Sunday at 1 for baseball action. We'll have 2 doubleheaders this weekend as Jamie Titilion's crew gets back into home action. We'll see you then on the Grand Valley Sports Network. But Saginaw Valley wins 2 games today, 10-4 and 11-1 today on the Grand Valley Sports Network.